Good morning. It is I. Today I'm going to be reading your questions and also answering them. What are your three favorites? Like in general. Love, Jaden. My three favorites: biscuits and gravy, Synthetica, and dogs. What do you think of the high fantasy medium and how its bad turnover from books to movies typically is? Is there just too much to convey on screen? Or do writers and producers just can't find an effective way to tell the story and set the setting? Well, I've never really read high fantasy. I can't speak to the conventions of novels like that, but I do think that, yeah, like you have these giant worlds, and sometimes novelists will just get deep into details, and they'll just spend pages and pages talking about things that aren't really visual or auditory. And then when you translate that to a movie, obviously it's not going to show up because you can't just expect the character's inner thoughts to transcribe one to one like that. But I guess that isn't specific to high fantasy, so I can't really get any more specific than that, I'm afraid. Can we get a full version of the Enneagram video, or at least the transcript from it? I understand why you removed the intro, but it was a beautiful piece of writing, and some of us did understand what you were trying to say. Okay, well, I'm glad this is at the top. I really, really, really get deep into my allegories and my metaphors and stuff, and I love doing that. Even if they're not perfect, and people will have, they have problems with kind of my colorful language in general. But that's just how I explain things. That's, why people jive with my content. However, I think I just took it a bit too far that time with the intro to that video. And I don't really want that out there. Just because it kind of just crossed some lines that I'm not super comfortable with. Namely with me saying, kind of just saying all psychology is pseudoscience. I think that's not really like the truth. I mean, psychology, as I understand it, is some of that psychoanalytic theory, whatnot, but there's also like a lot of behavioral psychology, and I was kind of counting that out. What I was trying to say as I went over my pinned comment was kind of that all psychoanalysis is pseudoscience. So Freud and Jung and that type of thing. Any sort of psychology that involves models of the subconscious is going to be pseudoscientific in nature. And again, this is not me saying that there's anything wrong with pseudoscience. I wasn't trying to bring psychology down to the level of pseudoscience. I was trying to bring pseudoscience up to the level of psychology, because I think that, empirical psychology just isn't enough at times. I was talking to a neighbor of mine who is a licensed psychologist, therapist, and he's basically like, yeah, well, I typically make more progress with these pseudoscientific models than I do with empirical, behavioralist models. Somebody will come to me and their kid can't focus. It's like, all right, well, we're going to run some tests. And the tests, yeah, sure enough, the kid can't focus. So, like, where do we go from there, right? At some point, you have to get into the abstract. And some people really, really have a hard time with that because it's not empirical, it's not objective, but like, it's the best we can do. And it yields results. If it yields results, if it has predictive power, that to me says there must be a level of truth that is being approached, just not described, empirically. Sorry, that was a lengthy one. Why do you make videos about screenwriting? Well, I love screenwriting, and I love talking about screenwriting, and it occurred to me at one point that I should just commodify my process. So, initially it was kind of just like, I can talk about what I do and not really miss a step. Now it's definitely YouTube is becoming more of a career, which I didn't see coming. I do want to make. I still want to do my own scripts and stuff, which is why I'm probably going to dial back my YouTube output in the coming months, just to work on my own stuff and kind of do what I actually want to do. YouTube is a means to an end. But yeah, I love screenwriting. It's my thing. You know, it's probably the only thing I can definitively say I'm pretty good at. Do you think a well-crafted short do you think a well-crafted story should intrinsically be entertaining, or do you think it's possible to create a well-crafted story that is also boring to most people? Well, I don't like well-crafted and like this movie's good, this movie's bad. I mean, the factors that are objective, like consistency and continuity, I think you can write a story that has all those, and it won't necessarily be entertaining. I certainly don't think about entertainment when I'm writing my stuff. I just think about what would these characters do. I guess that's not entirely true. I write for myself. I entertain myself, but I'm not thinking about, appeasing the masses. So yeah, I don't like, putting the good and bad value judgments on stories, but I don't think entertainment is a must, at least for me. And I also think it's so hard to pin down because it depends on each individual viewer. Any script recs for beginning screenwriters to study? I love the original Scott Pilgrim versus the World script. Not even the Edgar Wright one. I mean, like the original script. I got a lot from it. There's like they introduce characters based on like the type of coffee they would drink. I forget exactly what it is, but it's like it's the band. So it's Kim, and then just dot 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 Black, Steven, cream and sugar, young Neil, dot 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 decaf. Like I think that's just awesome. I mean, I'm very functional in my scripts too, but just to see different types of screenplay formats kind of helped me get over this need to do it right, because there really is, like, as long as it's kind of aesthetically clean and satisfying, you can get away with a lot in a screenplay. You can get really weird with it as long as you're communicating the information you want to communicate. Take a bite of my quiche. How are you not a super famous millionaire scriptwriter yet? Well, I'll get there. I don't want to be like money rich. I don't need the material gains. I think it's weird because I definitely have like a sort of like the kind of typical grind set brain. Like I totally admit that is like me. But the thing is, I think most people who have that like hardcore workaholic thinking, they don't actually have a passion in their lives that they love. So they just default to sex and money. Whereas I actually have this thing in my life that I'm very passionate about. So I can take that hardcore working energy and I can funnel it into that instead of just some generic definition of success. So I don't think I want to be a millionaire. I wouldn't mind being super famous, in the writing world, but I don't need to be like driving a certain kind of car or whatever. Cool with my little 2013 Elantra and my $800 a month rent. So, what were your main inspirations for learning writing in the first place? Was it books, comics, movies, or something else? Was there one of these things in particular? Or, question mark, well, Game of Thrones was my single biggest inspiration as a writer. It kind of just opened the door to how complex writing can be and how you can really tackle these layered characters in a big interlocking web. Yeah, no, that was it. Really, that was my big one. I don't read a lot of fiction. I've never read a comic book in my entire life. Well, actually, I have, but very, very recently. But it was for another project. What do you think the main differences between writing for a movie, a TV show, and a book are? Well, movie and TV show are basically identical these days. It used to be for a TV show, you'd have to hit certain act breaks for commercials, and you'd have to think with the audience in mind. So you'd have to repeat information after you come back from a commercial, that type of thing. Now, with like limited series, it's basically the exact same process, just longer. A book is a completely different animal entirely because there is no screen, there is no other component to the medium. So basically, everything that you do, you have to get across on the page. Whereas for film and TV, the script is just a blueprint, just a stepping off point for you to build all kinds of other stuff on. But for a book, like, it's just words, and it's always going to be just words. Can you comment on how Game of Thrones confirms or doesn't your still relevant perspectives into distinct characters idea? The large cast, as well as the swell supporting characters, serve to flesh out the world and make it feel real and complex. However, do you think this distracts from themes and storytelling? This is in reference to the show and the novels equally. However, since this is a screenwriting-oriented channel, the novels need not be considered. Also, just any general GOT thoughts. Love your videos. Your perspective is very refreshing and helpful. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that my theories like there's no confirming or like validating my theories for perspective and theme and stuff. I don't care about grading other people's work. Like, it's not about like, oh, you're not doing the thing that I prescribed you to do. Like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, Game of Thrones doesn't do that, and it's awesome. I just know that, I need my tools to do things the way I do things. And I think a lot of people will see that and they'll think, oh, he's creating like a grading system. I'm not. I don't give a shit. Yeah, that story's awesome. So yeah, no, it doesn't apply, and I don't care. Because there's a million ways to do this old thing. The thing is, who the fuck is Discording me? God, I hate this app. Despise Discord. Okay, yeah. Yes. And thank you for your support. Why have you not watched anime? Well, I don't really consume media in general, not that much. I didn't want to, like, when I made that comment in my post prompting people to this Q&A, it wasn't like my way of like saying I fucking hate anime or so. Like, I have nothing against anime. I just haven't watched it, and I know that like you anime heads will just please watch Attack on Titan. Have you seen Attack on Titan? Oh my god! And I'll just get like 50 of those if I don't say it. So, just kind of my way of weeding that out. But I'm sure Attack on Titan is wonderful. I just don't have really time to watch TV shows right now. How does one find clients, make money as a script doctor? Well, it's very simple. You just have to grow a giant YouTube channel where you pretend to be a script doctor, and then people will start paying you to be a script doctor and referring you to their friends. What piece of media has the biggest impact on you? Again, I think Game of Thrones was huge. Going back to before that, Adventure Time was like, I fucking love Adventure Time. And I think that sort of, that was honestly like the first story I was genuinely emotionally invested in was Adventure Time, Like, I just remember like thinking about these characters in this world. I'm like, man, I really, really love this show. And I was like 10, so it was just, that was a big one. Would you ever be interested in sharing past scripts / projects? I mean, no, not really. I have a lot of stuff, but I don't really want to, just because it's not super relevant to this channel. What would your advice be to a beginner storyteller? I think if I could talk to like my 15-year-old self, I'd be like, dude, like you're not Tarantino. Stop just trying to make everything fun and stylish. Like, actually figure out what the hell you want to talk about. Like, actually find the themes that interest you. Find like the emotions you're dealing with. Talk about those instead of just trying to be just entertaining and fun and novel. I don't think I had like the emotional awareness back then to tackle themes in the way that I do now. But yeah, just don't waste time trying to please the masses. Just do what you want to do. Do you work in Hollywood or do you focus on smaller indie projects? And whatever your answer is, why did you choose that? Well, I'm pretty new on the scene. My channel's, like I've only been like a professional, whatever, for like 6 months. I've worked with people in Hollywood and I know people in Hollywood, but I'm not like out here working for Paramount or whatever. I just, I've worked for a lot of smaller production companies. I've done script work for smaller companies. Would I work with the big dogs? Not really. I think I'm better off doing what I do now because I know how much structure and how many restrictions those corporations will place on artists, and I just don't. I'm not feeling it. What do you see yourself doing in the future? I want to be like the John Wick of script doctors. Like I want people to like, oh, we got to call in the guy, and then they call in the guy. And I want to be able to like do that like 3 times a year and make all the money I need to survive. I'll. And then I want to spend the remainder of my time working on my own projects in the Midwest, building up, the community in the Midwest. I'm not going out to, Hollywood. I'm not trying to join the party. I'm kind of starting my own. That's the plan. Has your opinions on certain films changed once you've gotten a peek behind the curtain, either finding new appreciation or disdain? Well, no, not really. A film is a film with its own little contained fictional universe. It's like, yeah, like I remember watching American Beauty after the Kevin Spacey stuff, and I was just like, well, like I know that Kevin Spacey is a bad dude, but is that going to affect how I, think about this film? No. It's kind of a genetic fallacy. Like, I can separate the two. I know some people can't, that's just whatever. But, personally, nope. The behind the scenes shenanigans, they really have no bearing on my thoughts on a story. What do you think the fastest way is to endear the audience to a character and their arc? Fuck if I know. I don't really I don't think like that. I don't think in terms of like, I need to get the audience on board. And you look at like Sanderson and like a lot of other writing people, some of whom are very, very good at what they do. It's still like the main thing they talk about. Like it all rests on that. I'm like, I don't think so. I mean, in my medium, you can tell stories about horrible, unlikable people. And you're not going to turn the audience off as long as your shit is interesting enough and dynamic enough, I don't think it's about caring about a character. Like I've never really like genuinely cared about a character in the way that I care about people. But I'm also not a very emotional person in general, so, who knows. Tell me a mildly humorous story. Okay, so I was, the other day, I was parking. And as I was parking, I was waiting for somebody to pull out so I could take their spot. And this guy behind me just starts laying on the horn while I'm waiting to park. Just like nonstop. I'm like, dude, chill. So I park. And then I look across the road and Horn Guy is also parking and he just plows right into the car behind him. Empty car, just like crushes the front. And this old dude gets out and like his son is there and they're younger. And they take one look at the other car and they're like, eh. And they don't like leave a note or anything. There's no call, nothing. They just get out and walk away. So I was like, you shouldn't have honked at me, buddy. And I just like called his plate in to the cops because I'm petty like that. And I hope I ruined his day. Wait, shit, is this like a writing question? How do you avoid retreading old ground when writing in a well-tread genre? I don't really. I don't care if I do something that's been done before. It's not that I like copied them; it's that I didn't know. You know, it's. I don't really think about that stuff. I just kind of do what I'm doing. Typically, the ideas that excite me happen to be very new and unique ideas. But I'm not like an anti-trope person. I'm not like an anti, doing what other people are doing. At least not from an artistic perspective. I get from a marketing perspective. Yeah, you want to have new stuff. But I don't think the answer is just consume all the media you can to avoid doing something that other people have done. That's a dumb way to do that. Would not recommend. Because it's going to suck up your entire life. Your channel never ceases to inspire and educate me about the wonders of the craft of storytelling. Keep up the great work, and here's to another 100,000 more subs. Anyway, my questions are, who was your favorite character during the early seasons of Game of Thrones, and why? Ooh. I was really a fan of the Jon plotline. That was like my favorite for a minute. Just because it was just such a nice breath of fresh air once you're watching all the King's Landing plot lines and all the politics, and Jon is just like a dude dealing with dude stuff. Yeah, that was great. What events are you looking forward to or hoping to see in Arcane Season 2 when we get it? Personally, I'd love to see a flashback to just what caused the falling out of Vander and Silco. I want nothing more in Arcane Season 2 but for everybody who was in the council tower building to be dead except Victor because of his cybernetic stuff. I want Jace to be dead. I want Mel to be dead. That would be the most hardcore story choice of all time. And also, how can you like kill some of them but not others? Just kill them all. I know they won't, but I really hope that they do. And 3, as an architect type of writer, what's one thing you really like or think is an advantage when planning out your story compared to just making it up as it go along? I really love that by plotting and outlining, I can spot problems with the story and the characters before I actually write it down. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole point. So you don't have to write a shitty thing. Your first draft can be literally awesome. Like, it can. This idea that like, oh, the first draft is going to suck anyway. No, it doesn't have to. Not if you figure out what every scene's going to be, how the scenes flow into each other, what the characters are doing, what they want. Yeah, I mean, architecting is so much better in every way. I'm sorry, I keep saying that, but like, it's not fun for some people, so they don't do it. But it's just more productive. Oh, yeah. Besides Game of Thrones, which you've mentioned several times in your videos, what piece of media would you say influenced your writing the most? Well, from a writing perspective, I think The Walking Dead influenced me in the sense that it showed me how not to write. That's a big one. Yeah. No, that's honestly, yeah. I've gotten so much out of shitting on The Walking Dead, you have no idea. This might be a question you've answered in another video, so I do apologize. But where do you get all the knowledge for this, and what project were you a part of that was a major turning point for you? I make all the stuff in my videos up for the most part. If I'm not making something up, then I cite my source, but I usually I pull it right out of my ass. I didn't go to college for screenwriting or anything. I wouldn't recommend that. What project you were part of that made your turning point? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know about a project in particular, but I was part of a free film summer camp in downtown Cincinnati. And our instructor, the great Franco Farrell, had us write a big old like TV pilot script, and it was like a whole 30-page thing. And then we brought it to him. We were in groups, and he was like, "All right, cool, cut it in half." And I was like, "What?" So we had to cut all of the unimportant stuff out, and we had to make a little 15-page thing. And then when we brought in the 15-page thing, he made us cut it in half again. The absolute madman. And I think that was when the whole efficiency thing clicked into place for me, where I was like, "Oh shit, this is what it's all about." Sorry, I'm like almost done eating this quiche. I just have to eat it. Before it gets cold. Have you considered writing for the SCP Foundation Wiki? If you do not know what that is, the SCP Foundation Wiki is a creative writing forum for amateur writers to create stories in a shared universe. I'm currently working on an SCP article right now, and your videos are a huge inspiration for me to try and write something worth reading. Paragraph break. Congrats on 100K. Keep it up, and here's to 200K. That's the idea, baby. I had never heard of this before reading your comment just now. But I already know that I don't want to do it because I'm selfish and I don't want to tell stories in other people's universes that sounds like it's not fun. I like being in control, and also that doesn't sound like a route to the type of the type of legitimacy and the claim that I want. You know, I'm moving out of being an amateur writer. I'm trying to be the real thing, and I also just don't write prose. So sounds cool, not for me though. Is your writing ever inhibited by mental health? If so, how are you able to persevere? Well, definitely, yeah. I've been burnt out at times. I think for me there are two types of work, and I have a video actually where I'm going to talk about this, but I think that there is creative work and there is procedural work. So, you know, procedural work is like editing a video. Like, I know how I edit the video. There's no decision making involved. I'm just doing the thing the way that I've always done it. And I don't really have to be inspired. I don't even have to be like happy. I don't have to be, you know, getting any joy out of it. I can just sit down and treat it like a 9 to 5. Whereas creative work, you kind of need your brain to be in a certain space. So if my mental health is like really shitty, I can still do procedural work. I can still, and like writing the actual screenplay is procedural for me too, because the planning phase is creative, right? And the screenplay is procedural. If I can offload basically almost as much as I can into the procedural realm, that is how I push through. You know, that's how I'm able to get stuff done even when I'm not feeling the creative vibes. So just figuring out the way that you do things and learning how to do them routinely and not requiring you to be in any particular headspace to do. Like, I know I can write 3 pages an hour in a screenplay. I know that there is no, I will write 3 pages in an hour in the same way that, you know, a car will go 60 miles per hour. Like, it's the same thing. Hey, LSM, thank you for being one of the only people on the internet who gives transparent and consistent writing advice to those who are new to the practice. Do you insert music into your screenplays? If so, do you always try to have the lyrics be somewhat significant to the narrative? No, I've never done that, actually. I have some scripts planned that I'm like, okay, I'm going to do that, but I actually have not done it in my existing work. Well, it was banana bread that my mom made. Yep. I'm just eating during the Q&A, man. If you could teach one lesson to a high school creative writing class, what would you teach them and why? Well, I think the number one thing that most young writers need to hear is that just writing purely from vibes is not going to get you anywhere. Like, I know I'm supposed to be like, oh, it's valid. Your method is valid. Like, no, it sucks. You're not going to get anything done. Just plan out your narrative. Jesus. That's what I would tell the kiddos. In reference to your video on characters and themes, let's say each of these is part of their own narrative first, with the plan for them to interact at a later point in time. Think a cinematic universe approach where the planned crossover pitch is them conflicting. How would you build characters around these individuals for their own narrative before bringing them together later? Loving the channel, man. Hype for you to reach 200K and beyond. Thank you. Well, if literally the entire point is for these two characters to meet, why would you have them be centered around different themes? Like, what's the point of that? You know, think like Iron Man and Captain America. They're united by a thematic kind of through line, which is why their dynamic works in the Avengers. Because we know that they both have different conceptions of sacrifice. They think differently. And that was all established in their own solo stuff. So that when you bring them together, it's not just complete apples and oranges. It's actually like two things that you can sort of compare and contrast. So yeah, if the whole point is to have these two characters meet, why the hell would you have them on different thematic lanes? Like that seems like a terrible idea to me. I'm a young teenager who wants to be a screenwriter. I have two questions. What's some advice you would give to young writers getting into it? Also, how do you stay optimistic about screenwriting when Hollywood has become filled with bad movies and sequels? AKA, how is it not disheartening from a writer's perspective? Advice to young writers getting into it: just meet people. Put yourself out there. Be obnoxious. Be a menace. Like everybody knows at least one person who maybe knows one person in the film industry. You just have to put yourself out there. I think it's like the idea that, oh, I'm 16 and I'm working on this great screenplay and they're going to love it. I just have to make it the best thing I can. That's so not going to happen. It's a game of connections. So yeah, work on your thing, make it good, but also realize that you need to get on a set. You need to, meet people. You need to learn about the industry. Because if you don't know anybody, it's like Paramount execs or, HBO execs. They're not like scrolling through fucking Wattpad looking for the next great story. Like you need to enter spaces where important people are. And how do I stay optimistic? I don't know. I don't want to go to Hollywood. Like I want to do my own thing. So it does suck to me that like shit that was clearly made by committee is getting all the money, and there's really no love for the craft of storytelling in it. That sucks, and it sucks that people seem to be okay with that stuff. But yeah, I like to think that I'm going to be the one who kind of changes things. So that's what I tell myself. If you didn't do YouTube, what would you likely be doing instead? Well, a year ago, I didn't think YouTube would have happened for me. So my plan for life was I was going to do a bunch of like documentary work and music videos, and I was going to kind of build myself up as a notable force in that way. Yeah, but obviously it didn't quite shake out that way. What's one piece of advice you think writers need to hear more often? I think just that they shouldn't be writing for the audience's feelings, Like, because I think that leads to people who are solely concerned with getting the immediate concoction of emotions in their audience, that they forego all structure and consistency just because they really just want that emotional moment. And they might get it, upon a first watching. But, once that novelty goes away, what do you have? You have nothing. You just have a terrible mess of a project. Especially like if you were dealing with a really nostalgic type fan base. I'm like, oh man, yeah. You can so get away with that. You can so get away with just manufacturing an emotional moment, completely unearned, and you'll get away with it. You'll make a lot of money, and you'll make a sequel. So that sucks. But also in general, just from a writing perspective, if you're just so caught up on what the audience thinks, you're not going to get anything done. You do what you want. Do write for yourself. Because you don't know what they want. You don't know what they're going to respond to. Do you have any experience with writing novels? No, I do not. Never tried. Not my thing. Hey Lucas, congratulations on 100K. Can't wait to see what is in store. I've been a fan of your videos since Realistic Violence, but your Stranger Things 5 video really got me hooked. I had one question. What do you think of video games as a means of storytelling? Me not really being huge on games tends to feel that I can't connect with them as much. The only game that got me engrossed in the story was Hollow Knight. I was just wondering if you'd really dove into that world yet and what your opinions are. I just want to clarify that I believe any medium can have the ability to create great stories, but some lend themselves a bit better to it. Also, I'm 99% certain I met you sometime in the 4 years I lived in town I live in. I'm not going to say that. Yeah. Okay. Well, video games to me, it's like, oh no, you got to check out this game. The story's so good. I'm like, dude, if I just consumed every story that you guys told me was good, I would never have any time to get anything done. I don't doubt that video games have awesome stories, but I just don't. I don't really do video games. I don't really engage with that medium. I don't doubt, again, that there is some great stuff, but the purpose of my life is not to consume the best media. It's to create that shit, man. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't really have a skin in that game. You feel me? I've heard of Hollow Knight, though. That's something that people have told me about. Heyo, is there a character or story you really like but can't figure out why? You're really good at explaining why you like what you enjoy. I was curious if there's something that can't be put into words. Oh, well, I mean, there is a word for why I like Transformers 2007, and the word is nostalgia, pretty sure. I mean, it's a very well-made film. I mean, it was shot on film. The CGI was way ahead of its time. But is it well written? I mean, is it consistently written? Probably not. There's not a ton of narrative meat to it. But yeah, it's just my shit, man. What would you do if Dan the Beast Severn had your back in a body lock and he whispered in your ear, "Don't fight, kid. You can't stop the rape train." Oh my god. No, I'd probably poke him in the eye and I'd be like, "Get off me, Dan the Beast Severn," whoever that is. Yep. Favorite books, any recommendations? I'm currently reading The Blind Watchmaker by Richard Dawkins, and it's pretty great. I would recommend that. Yeah. Not my favorite book by him. I like The Selfish Gene a lot more, which I think really annoys him because it's his first book. And it's the one that everybody considers his best, but it is really profound. Yeah. That's what's up. When you think about the meaningless of the universe, do you feel big or small? Well, I think we can make our own meaning. I think it's not meaningless. It just is, I guess there is no real meaning to it, but you can make your own, and no one person's meaning is any more or less valid than another's. So I guess in that regard, I feel pretty big, I'm not particularly pessimistic about that, despite the fact that I don't. I do agree with you, but it's just like, what's the point in looking for that? Just do your thing, man. How do you tell a tight and coherent narrative in mediums piloted by the consumer, like video games or interactive fiction, without sacrificing player agency? I don't know. I talk about this a little bit in my D&D video. Yep, couldn't tell you. I think that this is the problem. I find it hard to believe that you could have a story. What was the way I said it? I think I said it like, you're either sacrificing character agency or you're sacrificing player agency. And you usually have to find some way to merge those two, trick the audience into doing what the character would do, getting them in the character's head. Even then, though, your options are limited. I could just back strafe into a wall for 10 minutes, and canonically the character would have done that, so it sucks, but it's kind of just the way it is. If you had the chance to rewrite one movie and make it better, which would you pick? I would rewrite the Transformers franchise. I would change a lot of stuff about it, and I would make it actually good. Yeah. Do you have any plans to make a movie? Yes, I have a lot of plans to make movies. I have a few movies that I want to make, and I will make them, by golly. I will do it one day. Yeah. Just don't really have dates attached to these plans. Well, one kind of, but I'm 21, so it's I feel good about the fact. It's not like, oh, I'm 30 and I haven't made my first feature yet. It's fine. I'll get there, I know you've been through a lot of different ways to generate conflict in culture and storytelling, but I wanted to know, what is your common method to start your script? Please don't just say start writing. Start writing what? Yeah, okay, so no, I agree. I hate the start writing thing. I think it's stupid. I think it's incredibly unproductive. What I do is I just figure out every single scene from the beginning of the script to the end. I figure out what happens in every scene. I figure out all of the arcs of the characters, the entire plot, everything about the script that matters. I figure out before I even write a first draft. So it's not like I have to find some elusive bit of inspiration to get my project started. I just write the first scene on the scene list. What do I do when I have a mother load of ideas for settings, characters, and their arcs, but no actual plot or storyline to back it up? Well, in my experience, you're going to have to start getting choosy about things, right? So you can't have it all. If you're not sure how two things connect, consider the idea that maybe they don't connect, and you actually have to sacrifice one or the other. I think I've seen a lot of writers who just have a ton of ideas, but when I ask them to pick out like the bit they like the most, that they feel the most sure about, they can't do it. So find the one thing that you want to keep, find the single most exciting part of this and build the rest around that. You're going to have to decide on a core of this thing. You can't have it all. So whether it's like, so this one character arc, okay, I like this character arc a lot, I'm going to do this. So do the other characters fit into this? How can I change them to make it fit into this? So just decide on a center, Is there any particular reason you don't watch anime or play games? Not judging, but there are a lot of really solid stories and unique ways they craft compelling narratives. Well, again, I don't doubt that at all, but I only have 24 hours in a day, and I'm not just gonna, seek out the best media to consume. I don't really watch a lot of stuff, read a lot of stuff. I spend all of my waking hours doing my work that I love. So, again, no hate on anime or games. Just like I'm not about to dive into new worlds of consumption. Not when I'm already as busy as I am. Will you be doing any writing analysis of new releases? Not critique, that's too much of that. I honestly don't give a shit about anyone's opinions on movies or talking about plot holes or nothing that makes sense. Fuck all that. I don't care if it makes sense. What about act and story structure, character and theme analysis? I can't find anything like that on YouTube. Schnee Baby, go watch his videos. He's great. He does that stuff. I'm not going to do that because I'm selfish and I don't like to just spend all my time talking about other people's work. I like to do my own work. But like you realize that like plot holes are a part of that conversation. Like I get that like just pointing out plot holes for the sake of pointing out plot holes isn't super helpful, but like, figuring out why a thing doesn't work is just as valuable, if not more valuable, than figuring out why it does. So again, critique is a means to an end. Accounts for both positivity and negativity. It's not really opinions, just observations. How do you know so much about writing and such? It seems that you don't see anything near your level of expertise in modern filmmaking. Well, it's not about knowing things. It's not like I went to the Harvard of writing schools and obtained the sacred writing knowledge. I just made all this up. This is not, there's no such thing as a legitimate art education. I think I got to the point I'm at now just by watching a lot of YouTube essays, honestly, and figuring out what bits make sense to me, what bits are fluff. Combining that with my own experience, I've spent a lot of time in a university writer's room where I've really been able to kind of hone my critique style and, getting to the bottom of why a thing isn't working. Those were great exercises for me. Yeah. It's not expertise, though. I don't want to think of it like that in terms of like, oh, I am like, an expert in the way that like a biologist or an engineer could be an expert. It's not like that. There's no objective knowledge to learn. You might have said this already in the video, but how long have you been writing? I don't know. Since before my episodic memory, probably. I've only been taking it seriously since I was about 17-ish. But before then, I would just write little scripts for my movies I would make with my cousins and my brother and the other neighborhood kids. So, yeah. My whole life. It's my thing. I've always loved those mystery thriller movies. Like the Knives Out series and Seven are two great examples that come to mind, while others end up good but more like the original Clue, goofy and not quite mysterious enough to keep their audiences puzzled. I've always wanted to write a mystery script story and get lost with the details that make up the clues throughout the story. How would you recommend one go through their story and create these clues in a way that can help flesh out the world and the characters, making the story more meaningful to the characters? Thanks for any advice and keep up the amazing work with your channel. I know you've helped inspire many. Thank you. So I don't want to think about it in terms of like, you have to be God in this scenario. You know, you have to, like, I think you're caught up in this idea of making this engaging for the audience. I might be mistaken, but, you know, it seems like. You have to figure out exactly, you know, who did the murder and where and with what. And you have to figure out how specifically they covered their tracks. The clues are the last step. You know, it's all, so figure out your canon, figure out the actual answers of what happened first, and then go back through and find the best way to reveal that information to the characters and to the audience. You know, got to start from the bottom up. What are some tips you might have for young aspiring writers? I'm still a teenager, yet my interests lie towards writing fiction later on in life. I struggle with motivation and a good, clear, original ideas that are captivating enough and suit/complement each other well. Do you have any tips so I can create scenes and ideas that more fit one concept, and some ideas on where to go in the writing industry from being a young teen? Well, I don't know anything. If you're talking about like writing books, I don't really know how to do that. I can't speak to that industry. Screenwriting, you have to know people, you have to meet people. It's kind of a club, you know. It's not about just having the best art and flaunting it out to the world and hoping you get noticed. It's not that. You got to get out of that headspace. It's about creating the right connections. So in screenwriting, I've just found that it's better to get on set, meet other people who do what you do, and then eventually the time will come where you'll be like, hey, let me write something for you. Or they'll come to you like, hey, I know you got an eye for writing. How about you help me work on this project? And that's how you get started with that. But I don't know about publishing, because to me, publishing is just super scary, because, you know, you read the book for the book, and there's no way to really market a book other than by using your name that you've granted legitimacy through your other books. So, yep, very scary stuff. I have a lot of respect for you guys, because that shit is crazy. What are some tips? No, I just did that one. I imagine a lot of us are coming to you with a lot of story already thought out. Have you ever thought we wanted to begin in the wrong place? What are your thoughts on beginnings, specifically based especially on personal experience? Well, it sounds like you're talking about beginnings in the sense of like where your process starts. In my experience, people will tell me they have a lot of ideas, and then I'll start asking them like the most basic questions, and they won't have answers. So you might think you have a story, but if you can't answer questions like, who is this protagonist? What do they want? What do they do to get what they want? What do they fear? What's their arc going to be? You don't have a lot of story already thought out. You don't have that. You have a ghost of a story, and it feels real in your head because you've convinced yourself. You know, it's been in your head for so long that you see these characters, you know these characters, but you know you don't actually have a plan for them because they don't have purpose. They just have personality. That's a lot of people I see do that. And I think that is definitely the wrong place to begin. I think when you have that situation, you got to strip it down. You got to get to the heart of it. You got to sacrifice things that you're super attached to, but don't serve any particular story model. Yep. That's my beginnings. You know, if I got to start with themes and characters around the themes, and then I build it all out from there. When are you looking to make your first film? Well, I mean, my first film, as in like directing it, I don't know. I mean, I've written stuff. I've written stuff that people have paid me to write for them. None of it's actually been produced yet. But in terms of like me directing stuff, I'm hoping to, I don't know, if I can do my first feature before I'm like 27, that'd be great. But also, you know, I get a lot of joy from what I do now, which is just helping other people with their projects. So I'm not super pressed to get my own stuff done. I'd like to eventually, you know. Would you ever be open to learning/documenting different types of writing? Your work focuses on screenwriting, but would you ever collaborate with someone to discuss writing for a novel, a comic, etc.? Well, not really, because I'm not passionate about those things. I would only approach those topics to better distinguish screenwriting from them. So I would only really like talk to authors about why screenwriting and novels are different. Not because I don't have time to like become an expert on novels, especially since I don't really care about novels, you know. So yeah, it's not something I really have time to do. What is one thing you learned early on that you now disagree with, and why you disagree on it? Well, is like the classic example of like write what you know, in your fourth grade creative writing class. Doesn't get you anywhere, not really, especially if you think that means literally write what you know. I mean, writing is about empathy, and empathy isn't just doing things that you relate to. It's tackling completely different kinds of characters with different brains, different priorities. So, yeah. Oh, and I think also just kind of unlearning this idea of like, you know, a good movie or a bad movie or a I don't think of it in terms like that anymore, you know. I just think about consistency, what works for me, what I want. I got so hung up on the objective, subjective thing back in the day, and I don't care anymore, you know. Do you enjoy narratives created entirely from nonfiction works, i.e., The Devil in the White City? And have you ever wanted to write a nonfiction narrative? Well, yeah, actually, I like nonfiction. There's one particular film that I'm planning on doing that is based on one of my favorite historical eras, moments, whatever. And I'm super stoked for that. You always got to change a little stuff, though, I think. I mean, it's not even about adding stuff, it's kind of about subtracting stuff to create a narrative about something specifically. In 5 words, what is something you think every writer should know? No, that's really gimmicky. Um, I don't know, 5 words? It's not about the audience, maybe? I mean, I've said that quite a bit. That's 5 words. Yeah, baby. Moving on. Why the alien? Well, I didn't really want to like create a whole art thingy, so I was like, oh, emoji, and then I was like, yo, what if I do a viral marketing campaign with this, and my followers can like spam the alien in other people's comment sections. But I am actually gravitating away from the alien because I want like professional legitimacy. And using like fake personas with little cartoon avatars and fake names is not how you get professional legitimacy. So yeah, the alien might not be here for much longer. What the hell are you inspired by then, huh? I don't know. I don't really have conscious inspirations. I'm sure I have a lot of subconscious inspirations. Like I'm the sum of all the stuff I've ever, you know, consumed and heard and read, but I can't think of conscious things like I'm gonna do what that guy did. Like, you know, in my video writing style, my biggest conscious inspiration, I was talking about him earlier, but Richard Dawkins, the glebe globs and the little made up creatures that I use to make my points sometimes, that is coming straight out of the Dawkins playbook of how he explains things. Basically using absurdity to eliminate familiarity for the purpose of a point, right? Because if I tell a story about, you know, a lion and a gazelle, you're going to come in with your presuppositions. So if I want to strip all of those presuppositions away, I'll make it a lingaloingaloing and a glingus, you know, and then you're forced to just look at my ideas because you have no precedent for those made up words. You're not coming in with any baggage. What would you recommend as 2 good movies that are similar but differ at one key place that end up making the other good and one bad, and obviously why? Oh, IDK. I think 2 good movies. Well, you're looking for 2 good movies, but you're not. You're looking for one that's good and one that's bad. I don't know. Maybe like Logan and the latest Indiana Jones movie. Because Logan's awesome, and Dial of Destiny gave me a hemorrhoid. And I think the key, I mean, it's not just one moment or one scene, but kind of the key factor that I think separates them is they rob Andy of choices. They don't let him make choices. So on paper, they're both supposed to be these great send-offs to characters, but one of them actually has the protagonist taking action in a meaningful way, and the other just has him along for the ride. What film do you feel shaped you the most as a child? Well, probably, I loved Transformers 2007. I know I'm going to keep bringing that up throughout this video. And you got your generic answers. Star Wars, was a big one for everybody, I feel like. I don't harp on it on this channel because it's so overdone. It's like, I remember being 10 years old and looking up at that screen and seeing Luke Skywalker, and he was my hero. Just like, Jesus Christ. But no, it is true, but I'm not just going to talk about it all the time because there are a million other people who talk about it. But yeah, Star Wars, that was probably part of the reason I'm all about this whole movie thing. Do you think that it is possible for these entities... What? Do you think it is possible that these entities are tricking / manipulating us? Also, what is their long-term goal? Who are you talking about, man? You mean like the film industry? I mean, they definitely are. They want us to keep giving them money. I'd say that's the long-term goal. Nothing culty, just good old-fashioned consumerism. What film do you think would have been the hardest to write if you had done it? Well, what film could I not write? Well, I think most films that aren't really thematically clear, like the super abstract stuff, I know that I would have had a problem writing. Well, not even super abstract, but just scripts that are light on plot. Like 1917, for example. I'm just like, I can't think of just novel set pieces. I have to figure out, okay, this scene between these two characters is exploring this concept and this and that. So how do you tell a story about one person surviving? Like The Revenant. I can't write stuff like that. That would have been very difficult for me. What is the best movie you've seen in the past year? Well, I watched Donnie Darko a few months ago. That was awesome. I'm going to say that. What is your favorite video you've made? Ooh. Well, I really, really, really liked making the D&D lore video with Jay. That's probably it, honestly. What do you feel is your most overrated video? Definitely the first Stranger Things video that has 400,000 views. What the shit? Why would you? It's so light on anything. I just basically talk about, man, I don't think it's gonna be good. But yeah, sure, It's not that I don't say anything of meaning in that video. It's just I don't know. I don't feel that it's as good as its views would have you believe. Congrats on this milestone. Just wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on writing compelling multi-work stories? I find that sequels are often well known for being lesser than the first, so what's the key to keeping a story just as compelling as the first installment? It seems inevitable that an audience would get bored after a while. How much is it going to take for this main character to fix their misbelief, etc.? Well, I think a sequel isn't a whole new story. It's part of the original story. So if you don't leave any loose ends for yourself, yeah, your sequel's going to blow. If all your characters get over their bullshit in the first installment, that's not going to be great, So if you end your first installment with room to grow, unresolved plot threads, unresolved development, you have a character who goes from being evil to being good. Maybe in the second installment, they kind of have to see the gray area or whatever. It's just you have to evolve your themes and your characters. And if there's nowhere left to go, your character is just going to sit around and do nothing. And that's why sequels suck. What do you feel is your most overrated video? I had to copy the last one. That's very silly. What makes you feel excited about being alive? Well, making really cool stuff is why I am excited about being alive. I like being creative. I like meeting new people, learning new things, getting into the industry, meeting all these like-minded creatives. That's what really gets me going these days. Do you believe in God? No. Not real. Who was the best Beatles, John, Paul, George, or Ringo? Anybody but John. Do you believe in soulmates or true love? Do you like when this trope is in movies? I mean, I think two people can be really in love with each other. I think ultimately there are going to be differences and there's going to be compromise. I don't think I believe in soulmates because I don't believe in like the supernatural, and that kind of implies that. Yeah, not really. I don't mind it in movies though. I don't. I'm honestly kind of a sucker for just like two people who are just like really, really in love with each other. You know, like Titanic type shit. Yeah, I'm cool with that. How old are you and how many years have you been writing? How did you get into writing? I'm 21. I'm going to be 22 in August. I've been taking writing seriously since I was like 16 or 17. I got into writing through kind of a combination of getting into really Game of Thrones and also just consuming kind of writing type content like this on YouTube and not liking it and wanting to kind of figure out my own ways of doing things. And also just university writing circles, you know, being on film sets, wanting to do my own. Sorry if this question is dumb, but do you think you can go into depth into writing with sticky notes and translating that into a screenplay? Your content is so enlightening. Your channel is inspiring. Congrats on 100K. Thank you. The thing with the sticky notes is like, I did it one time with one of my big projects and then I started like talking about it, but like honestly, it's not great. I think a whiteboard is better. The sticky note idea was basically you create a sticky note. Well, it's like at one column per scene, right? So a scene with blue and pink would be blue and pink stacked on top of each other. Then the next scene maybe has blue and orange, so it's blue and orange stacked on top of each other. We just found it was a good way to keep track of screen time and pacing. Like, oh, we haven't seen the yellow character in a long time. Maybe we need a scene with him. We got to move it, you know? But ultimately, it's a lot of work to write on sticky notes and move them around. So there are definitely better ways to do it. Honestly, these days I just kind of scribble on a sketch pad. Do you use any writing software to organize your thoughts/ideas? I think Evernote is neat, but I'm a very inexperienced writer. No, I use the what's it called? Notes app. I use the Notes app. Between the Notes app and just a legal pad that I carry around with me everywhere. And those are my two writing tools. I guess we'll keep going. How do you add meat to the bones of characters in a theme? How do you thicken the plot? It's funny. Usually I have to talk to somebody, somebody who does that type of stuff, you know, because I'm not great at creating just like situations and making stuff up. I'm good at the structural end of it, but typically I find a collaborator who's good at just generating random ideas, and then I can file those ideas into the right spots. I mean, usually I do come in with some plot ideas, but it's always pretty skeletal, and I definitely I like having somebody there to give me more ideas. What would you say is the best way to start writing? I'm very interested in film and all that, and I want to write a screenplay. I decided to write a live-action adaptation of a random comic book I like. Would you say that works, or is it better to start off with my own stories? Well, I mean, if you're just writing for fun, that's cool. If you want to get into the industry, I'd say write your own stuff, make a couple short films, show them to people, meet as many industry people as you can, meet people who are slightly above your experience level, but who it's not ludicrous for you to collaborate with, you know? Like if you're, just like a 18-year-old college freshman, find some senior who's doing like a grad project, dissertation or whatever. Find somebody who's a little bit above your level, but who's not going to shun you. I'd say it's not, write your own stories, yeah, but also find somebody who needs a writer's help and be that help, be that writer. You've mentioned previously that apocalyptic stories are some of your favorites. Are there any that stand out from the pack? Mine has to be WALL-E, if I'm honest, by the way. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, I love WALL-E. I think that Children of Men is probably still my favorite movie ever. Mad Max Fury Road, that's a great one. The Last of Us is just an overall radical apocalypse story. Too many to count, What would you say is the key to making a good adaptation? How much of the original should you keep or change? How many of your own ideas should you add? Well, I've tried to adapt prose before, and I think the key is being willing to change, because so much of a book typically is going to be, inner thoughts in a character's head, and you can't just put that into your script. So you have to maybe invent scenes to get that information across, Besides your idea that you shouldn't start with character, have you said anything in a past video you wish to retract? Again, I think just the general discourse about this movie's good and this movie's bad, and I don't care anymore. I'm so over it, I talked about that earlier, but I think there are so many more productive things to do than just argue about the quality of certain pieces of media. Like, can we just kind of get over that? And I regret the part I played in contributing to that discussion, because it's just so stupid, How do you deal with pacing and story bloat in your writing? Sometimes I struggle with regularly having a scene that I feel works on all other fronts, except it messes with the flow of the story, or is pacing not that big of a deal? I don't really care about the flow of the story. I just care about what's necessary. Pacing is a big deal to some people. I think pacing is just a subjective thing that I don't, place a ton of worth on. To answer your question, I think if a story is progressing, if a story is tackling its ideas in the way that it wants to, it's impossible to have bad pacing, Do you have any tips for creating constant tension and keeping the audience both stressed out and invested? No, I don't think about the audience at all. I just think about me. What are your thoughts on authors who create a multiverse through their book series? Would you either be for or against the idea? Have you ever thought about doing the same? I think multiverses are cool when you actually have a theme that relates to multiverses, like Everything Everywhere, it's like, oh, here's what your life could have been. I like that kind of multiverse story. I don't like the idea of, a bunch of different, you have to serve a purpose with that decision. So multiverses that show alternate, paths of, ways that the timeline could have gone, those are really cool to me. And I think there's a way through that, but just having completely unrelated stories and connecting them for the sake of novelty, shit is whack. I'm not going to do that. What's your number one piece of advice on writing dialogue that sounds genuine and natural? I think just letting the human imperfections slip through, letting the uhs and the ums and the, I think that's it. I think just letting those flaws slip in a stylish way. People don't have to just ramble endlessly like I am, but every line being meaningful doesn't always mean they're giving meaningful information. Sometimes a line can be meaningful solely because it, they stumble on the line, and that tells you something about where their mind is at. I think flaws are the key. What are your thoughts and opinions on the new and old animated Spider-Man movies? Well, I saw the Spider-Verse. I thought it was pretty good. I don't know about any old animated Spider-Man movies. Never seen anything like that. Favorite movie? I still say Cuarón's Children of Men, just because I think it is the shit. I think it is the bee's knees. So that's my go-to answer. How would you list James Cameron's filmography from favorite to least favorite? Ooh, okay. I think his best movie is Terminator, the first Terminator. And then I would say Avatar, and then Aliens, and then The Abyss, then T2. I've never seen True Lies. I don't like T2. That's kind of a hot take I have. I think it just, I don't feel that it, well, for one, it basically corrupts the perfect time loop the first one had and throws all that into question. Like, the first one had that predestination time loop type thing with Kyle Reese and John Connor and the kid, and it's like, oh, shit. The second one, no, they actually can change history. I thought that was kind of lame. I didn't think the T-1000 really was anything new, didn't represent anything new. It was literally just did the exact same thing the T-800 did in the first one. Yep. It's my Cameron hot take. Oh, Titanic as well. Titanic is, I would put Titanic as probably his third best after Avatar. Hello and congrats for the 100K. Would be interesting to know, was there any key moment you had that you gravitated towards making your first video? I just wanted to say some stuff, you know. I think I was just annoyed at some conversations surrounding film, and I was like, I'm gonna do my own video, and I did. But then it basically sat there with no views for half a year, until the Avatar video blew me up, and then everybody came back to my old ones, and now it's pretty much impossible to tell where the journey started. What kind of music do you listen to? Yeah, I love my my trashy early 2000s pop. Give me that like 303, that Cobra Starship, that like just old EDM. Yeah, no, I'm so into that shit. I love like early Lady Gaga, Black Eyed Peas, just the stuff I grew up with. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Local script man, but you're an alien, like, question mark. I don't know about that, G. I'm not an alien, I'm a guy, I'm a human. The alien, maybe on his way out, you know, we'll see. You wrote on your post that you haven't watched any anime or barely play any games. So if you did get into them, what would your expectations be for these mediums? How do you think they would differ from what you're normally accustomed to? And how do you think the mediums that these stories were told affect the manner in which the stories are told? I don't know. Again, it's not that I think that they're going to suck. I'm sure these are plenty of great stories to be consumed. It's just that I don't have time to consume all of the great stories. That's not something that I prioritize. As for animation, I don't know. Animation is essentially just live action, but you can do crazier shit visually. I mean, not really. Now that live action includes CGI and stuff, they're basically the same. Gaming is it's a completely different beast entirely, and I've kind of talked about that in previous questions, and I also go into depth in my D&D video. But yeah, gaming, I just don't think it's possible to... Well, it is possible, but it's very difficult to create a story where you're not sacrificing either character agency or player agency. I admire your motivation as a creator and an artist. However, I've fallen into a sort of limbo between passionately wanting to write great stories and for some reason always ending up back on YouTube regardless. I think very deeply about everything and anything I can, but my mind is so scattered that I can never use it effectively. What methods would you prescribe to us dealing with demotivating habits? Just get off the internet. You sound chronically online, you know? I get that that's tough, like the deeper your tentacles get into like Discord and all these online communities and circles, you just gotta be able to disengage. You just gotta remember that like it doesn't matter. You know, you have a body, you are a person. Get a physical sketchbook, use that. You know, just put your phone away, turn your notifications off, just get out of that world. I do that sometimes when I can, but it sucks that most of my work is online, so I kind of have to be online. But whenever I can, I go for a hike. I get the hell out of Dodge because I don't want to be constantly plugged in. What sorts of parallels do you see with screenwriting and things like songwriting and poetry? Well, honestly, not a ton. I mean, dialogue in screenplays where the art lives, like that's where, in the actual screenplay itself, the dialogue is where the artistic component is. So that sort of subjective feeling it out, finding the best flow, that's all, you know, part of the dialogue. So I'd say dialogue is like songwriting and poetry, which is why it's so hard to talk about. What is your tactic for when/if you hit a dry spell of ideas? Well, I usually just don't try to force it, which is not to say I do something else. You know, I usually just sit there with my boredom until something comes to me, or I go for a walk, clear my mind, you know? It's kind of how I feel about that. This is a serious question. Why are you objectively attractive? Is it possible for my question to turn into, how are you objectively attractive? Well, attractiveness is subjective. It varies drastically from culture to culture. So, like, I don't know. Like, there are definitely, like, genetic factors. There's, like basically every culture throughout history has seemed to regard symmetry as beautiful, which I think must say to us that like something genetic about symmetry means good genes, you know. But I don't know, my eyebrows are kind of crooked. I'm pretty tall though. I like that about myself. What were some of your most intriguing influences in developing your style? Like I was saying earlier, reading like science books, reading about like evolutionary biology, reading kind of because like think about like pop science is that the people who are disseminating that information are not actually scientists. They're just people who are really really good at explaining things. You know, like it's very rare to find a scientist who's actually good at explaining science. Most of the time, you know, scientists have all the knowledge, and then people like me come in because we're just so good at explaining shit. So viewing that process in real time and watching how complex information is delivered to the masses, specifically with philosophy and evolutionary biology, that's been super enlightening to me because it sort of informs how I get my information across to you guys and how I get the things I want to say, making it digestible. Like it's a huge writing process. It's not just my personality. It's all very, very technical. And that's not my writing style as an artist, but that is my writing style as a YouTuber, which is arguably more important to me these days. Would you ever consider walking through your process of writing screenplays with either a past project you've worked on, possibly explaining, move my tab over, why you made the decisions you did? Yeah, actually, I've thought about this a lot. I guess part of me for a while didn't really want to combine those two aspects of my life because I was still kind of in that like YouTuber headspace, and now I'm trying to be a legitimate professional and whatnot. So it's sort of like it's like I'm gonna have to drop the act, like the local act. This is a persona. I'm not satisfied with this, and so it's inevitably going to collide with my actual film career, and I'm okay with that. So I don't think I'm quite ready to break down my old stuff now because it's not really old stuff. But yeah, it'll that day will come, I think. I've watched all your main channel videos, but I don't remember if you ever mentioned who your favorite writer-director is. Yes, that is 2 questions in 1 sentence. Well, the immediate thing that popped into my head, like I don't have like a go-to answer for everybody. I have favorite movies, but like Nick Pizzolatto and Cary Joji Fukunaga. Wait, shit. The guys who made True Detective. Yeah. The True Detective guys. Probably like the most effective writer-director duo ever in TV, I might even say. Just that first season. I don't really know about the other ones, but yep. That's weird because I don't really... Again, I've probably mentioned this and I'll probably mention it again. I don't have some like encyclopedic knowledge of like movies. I don't like, love cinema with all my heart. I don't really think like that. So people ask me about media a lot and I'm like, oh, I like this one movie I saw one time, and I don't really know too much about it, which is weird. I know that's probably not the best even mindset for me going into the industry, going into this stuff. But just to be honest, yeah, I'm like, I don't really have a ton of knowledge about film and the history of film, really. Kind of just in my own little bubble. What strategies do you use to identify flaws/mistakes in your own writing? Well, I'm pretty good at just like finding plot holes and finding things that don't work. That's like my whole job. But just because you have a script without any flaws doesn't mean like you have a script that's reached its maximum potential. So I mean, I apply my normal thought process to identify flaws and mistakes. I just start asking why is this person doing that? Why is this person doing that? Why are they in the room together at this moment? And if I find any contrivances, if I find any lapses in logic, those are mistakes, you know. But then I have to bring it to somebody else. I have to bring it to a real artist to instill it with, you know, novelty and ideas and whatnot. So the collaboration is always a part of it. What are your thoughts on the Avatar sequel delays? Well, you know, it is what it is. If that means that, you know, some VFX artists will get to have a good night's sleep during this process, then I'm all for it. You know, I can wait, whatever. Waited 14 years, whatever the hell that first gap was. So, yep. I was wondering how, using your method of script writing, one could include deeper meaning within their stories. Things like symbolism or other forms of indirect representation. Additionally, is symbolism even important? Sorry for the odd question, just something I was thinking about it. No, I like symbolism. My mindset going into symbolism isn't like, oh, I'm going to do a symbol. It's usually out of utility. So it's like a character isn't in the room right now, right? Yeah, I want their presence to be felt. So, oh, what if their jacket is hanging on the door? Their iconic jacket that represents them. And then it's like they're there, you know? And you can do that with ideas too. So, like, oh, it's the watch from Nam. And, you know, you see the watch sitting on the table and you immediately remember all of the things, the themes it represents with the war and all the stuff that happened. You know, you tie it to that subtext. No, I do love doing stuff like that. It's one of the most fun parts of writing, in my opinion. Do you still think you can write a fantastic show if you don't have themes? I mean, fantastic is subjective, but personally, I think a story without themes is pretty lame. What's your favorite scene/moment from something you hated? Basically something so well written it lives in your brain despite not liking the overall property. What is something like that? Me thinking. I don't really watch things that I hate. I don't know. You've stumped me. What's a thing that I don't like? A thing that I don't like. What do I not like? I guess The Walking Dead has some good scenes. Mainly like the Shane stuff in the first couple seasons. I'm a big fan of that final confrontation with Rick and Shane in the moon. That's a good one. But, you know, I don't really hate things. Life is too short to hate a movie. Like, it's like, I hate this movie. Like, bro, it's fiction. I don't really have passionate takes anymore. Because I'm kind of just doing my own thing, you know. I've been watching your videos for so long and seeing you touch 100K is incredible. My question is, if you'd make a film of your own and had the chance to collaborate with any director of your choice, who'd you choose? What genre of film you think you'd do best? Well, I don't like genre. I know I sound like such a hipster. I don't like it. I don't care about like the conventions because everything is just these days is postmodern filmmaking. It's just here are the expectations. Are we going to conform or subvert? And it's just conforming or subverting. Everything is conforming and subverting. And that's what genre is these days because it's so worn out. It's just like if you're making a horror movie, you almost have to be meta about it and say, oh, well, a normal horror movie would do this, but we're going to do this. But I would collaborate with Fukunaga. I don't even know what he's doing these days. I just know that he directed the shit out of True Detective Season 1. That's my boy. And it seems like he could have a good relationship with the writer. I know he and Nick didn't really get along, but Probably because Nick just didn't have boundaries as a showrunner, is what I heard. But I would need because it's not that I want to direct stuff, but I also, being on set just sucks up 100% of your time. So it'd be him or Bill Hader for sure. I really would like to just meet Bill Hader. I wouldn't like to Cameron. You probably expect me to say Cameron. I have endless respect for Cameron, but the dude's a dictator, just like I'm a dictator, right? So he's not going to let me collaborate with him. He's going to just do his thing. Is there a movie you consider nearly perfect? I always say Children of Men. Children of Men is my shit. Mad Max Fury Road, that's another one. Yep. Pretty perfect. What writing mistake annoys you the most? I stay, like a year after making the original video, I think it's still when two characters just get in a fight and one wins because they just did better fight moves and there are no character choices involved. Like, even if the main character conflict had nothing to do with fighting ability, to resolve the conflict with a fight does not make any sense. It's just the most ridiculous thing that action movies do. It makes me just roll my eyes every time. I need to make another video about it because it's pissing me off again because you mentioned it. Do you have general guidelines for tackling sensitive subject matter such as mental health, sexual assault, etc. in a tasteful way? Honestly, the weird thing that I do, I consider kind of violence to be in this grouping as well. I just don't like to show it. Like, mental health is like literally everything is all storytelling is mental health, right? So that's different. But like sexual assault and violence, and if I were in a situation where I had to direct or edit or whatever, a scene like that, I would feel inclined to literally not show it because there's just something, I don't want to say sacred, but something just like you can't quite capture, And so just like leave a little blank for it and let the audience fill in the blank is how I like to do things that are so dark like that. Because I feel that they're out of bounds for me to actually, block and script and direct and, shoot and edit. Just like, no, just leave a hole for it. Let the audience fill the hole in. Could you expand your advice on writing episodic stories a little bit? Also, cats and dogs, which one are your favorite? Dogs! I have one. Could I expand my advice on writing episodic stories? Do you mean like expand it beyond the 19-minute video I already did about it? I don't know how much more I can expand it. I think I said everything I want to say. I will say that video was pretty rigid. Like, I understand that, like, yeah, a show could have a big episodic chunk, but then sort of round itself out with the story that ends. But also, I like to be purposeful. I don't like these ideas of shows that go on forever. You get clients that come in and they're like, oh, well, in this first season, this is going to happen. I'm like, oh, so you clearly have some momentum here. What's the end game? And you're like, oh, I don't know. It's like you got the ball rolling. It's got to roll somewhere. So, yeah. Any story critics you're a big fan of? No, not really. Similarly, do you have any particular things when you see them in a piece of criticism and you immediately know they don't know what they're talking about? You immediately know they don't know what they're talking about. Well, there is no knowing what you're talking about. I just don't like people who are ignorant and contradict themselves. I don't like critics who just critique for the sake of critiquing. Like, what are you? What's your what are you here for? It's like, oh, I'm going to be the best consumer. I'm a smarter consumer than you. Like, don't you see? I shovel the same garbage into my mouth, but I know how to describe it a little bit better. And I have takes on it, and my takes are correct. Just like, what are you, I'm kind of disillusioned with film criticism, if you can't tell. Congrats on 100K. That's a huge milestone. Oh, sorry. That's a hug milestone as far as internet stardom goes on YouTube. Do you feel any level of celebrity through one-way interface? I've been recognized by people in public before. That's weird. I don't feel like a celebrity. I just feel like this is just kind of the current hustle, it is weird that I have a constant stream of comments, people telling me like how smart and how great and how helpful I am. At first, it was like a blast of kind of positive energy, but now when I'm trying to read comments less because I just don't think it's super healthy, especially now that there are more and more of them. I don't feel like a celebrity now. The way you help me most is by making me understand that creativity is helped by a formal process and I want to find my own. Other than repetition, what helped you create a process that worked for you? Being in a writer's room with other writers where everybody's throwing out ideas and you can kind of cherry pick the ones that you like, that's a good setting to be in, I think. So talk to people. Don't just be on your own. Don't be isolated. Collaborate. That's what it's all about. Even if we don't like to, even if we're megalomaniacs, we kind of have to, hear other people, listen, really understand other people's perspectives, even if we don't agree with them. That's a big one. Again, the answer I don't think is just consume a ton of media. Like that helps to an extent, but also sit with yourself, sit with your own feelings, really deconstruct what you want to do, because everybody has different goals in storytelling. Like if your goal is just to make the audience feel something, I can't really help you. But if your goal is to deconstruct, ideas and stuff and kind of have a little therapy session in your story world, that's sort of where my method comes in. How long does it take to produce the average video? Well, when I was like cutting together movie clips like a dumbass, it would take an hour for every minute of video. And then I realized that I could just do little MS Paint doodles and film myself. And now it doesn't take as long. I can make a 30-minute video in a week is the pace I'm working at. And I can even have time to do other stuff. It's not just nonstop, because I can work really like long hours. I'm crazy like that. Working as a PA, non-union, that basically recontextualized how I think about work. I will say that my first and only real set industry job on a set was that PA job. And for those 7 weeks or whatever, my entire brain was just reprogrammed. Now 8 hours is nothing to me. Time just moves so much faster. Whereas before that, I was working as a cashier at Home Depot. 8 hours was absolute torture. And it's my whole day is now I can sacrifice 5 consecutive days for a greater goal. That's kind of, and then I can just chill out, which is of course something else I have to do. But I can work fast. I think I work faster than other YouTubers in terms of time it takes to produce a video. Was there a certain show or movie that got you into script writing? How did you get into it? Game of Thrones, baby. Yep. That's always my answer to that. It's very sad when Game of Thrones died. I think I got into it because it was the show that everybody was talking about. Word of mouth. Say I have a theme and I have a set amount of perspectives I want to explore for said theme. How do you decide which perspective to focus on and make the main character? I think whoever is going to change, the protagonist usually becomes the one who undergoes a change to me. Because that's the other half of that equation. It's not just a bunch of perspectives. It's a bunch of perspectives that act on each other and influence each other. So I think I will naturally gravitate to the one who is experiencing the most dynamic growth. What would you say are the different strengths and weaknesses of the various narrative art forms that involve being script written, e.g., movies, TV shows, comic books, audio plays, stage plays, etc.? Which would you say you're best at writing, and which would you say you're least good at writing? Well, I certainly can't draw hands, so comic books are out of the question. No, like I was saying earlier, I think movies and TV and plays, that all falls under the same category. Fundamentally, I know they happen in different mediums, but they are all the same type of media. Whereas A novel is just a completely different breed of thing. A comic book, I think, maybe somewhere in the middle. It sort of has qualities of, it has a cinematic visual quality, but also you can't really do movement, so you're limited and you have to let your limitations guide your art. I don't know any much about comics, but that's how I would describe it. I'm a screenwriter by trade. That's my whole life. I like writing feature films. Given the chance to replace anybody, which creator would you wish to become, and why would you choose that person? Nobody, man. I'm me. I can't even answer that, dude. It's like I want to be me. I want to be the best version of me. How do I write/outline the middle of the story? I think I got beginnings and endings down, but not middle. Okay. This is an awesome one. Yeah. So Macabre Storytelling. He's this awesome YouTuber. I'm gonna keep shouting him out until he sends me an email like, oh, thanks for shouting me out. He has some videos about. I think he has 2 different videos about handling the second act, and he breaks down kind of the different ways you could approach it. One of them, I'm paraphrasing. You should go check his stuff out. Is basically allowing the second act to be a series of little mini stories, a series of like little quests. Usually you bring in a bunch of different supporting characters, kind of like Finding Nemo was the example he uses, where it's just like scene after scene of like a unique dynamic situation bouncing between interesting characters, interesting ideas and perspectives. And then the plot picks back up at the end of the second act, right? And then the other one I kind of forget, but I think it involves the midpoint. Midpoint is a really vague concept, but I like doing stuff at the midpoint. I see the midpoint as kind of its own act break, or sort of like, oh, the shit's about to hit the fan type. It's real now. That's the midpoint. Best utensil. Spork. Will you keep making Avatar content as the films continue? Your defense of the first film was phenomenal and instantly got me hooked on your style. Purely to honor my roots, I will make a video per Avatar film, but I'm not going to make Avatar content. I just don't have anything to talk about. Like, speculate about, oh, I think this will happen. Oh, I hope this happens. Like, I don't really, whatever. But I'll make a video when 3 comes out in 2020 billion, when I'm a little old man and James Cameron has replaced himself with an AI. How do you feel? When do you feel your writing became much improved from your first pieces? If there is anything specifically, what did you do that made your writing a lot? Well, I think the first break was just my short 2080X. Well, it was a pilot kind of a little bit. It was the first time I actually tried to do themes, and I actually wrote about something I genuinely felt connected to emotionally and ideas I wanted to explore. Before that, I was just like writing wannabe Tarantino shit. And so then my freshman year of college was when I started writing 2080X. And I don't know, it was just like the first time I really dug deep and wrote from the heart and wrote about things I genuinely cared about. Not literally, but just the ideas and the concepts, the themes that I myself was struggling with, as opposed to just, criminals bantering. And that changed my whole world, How to figure out compelling themes to play off of. Also, is SBN3 an influence of yours? No idea what that is. Compelling themes. Well, I look for the things I struggle with, I don't go into my writing trying to make a point. Like, I don't have the answers. That's why I'm writing. I don't know, and I'm exploring. That's kind of how I think about themes. That's why a theme is always a question for me, and that's why every character has to have their own perspective and kind of, their own reasoning, because I'm not here to make a point. I'm not here to profess my truth to the world. That is not how I think of art. Art is therapy for me. Art is figuring shit out. So I would just say, if you're anything like me, you got to tap into that scary part of your brain where you don't want to look, that thing you're super sure about, that thing that you're super passionate about. Don't write about that. It's lame. Write about the things that you're struggling with, that you don't have the answers for. Is it worth creating backstories and depth for flat characters or characters with little screen time? No. I think they need as much backstory as the story demands them to need. I mean, you can have that stuff, but I don't just create world for the sake of world. I don't just generate information for the sake of information. It all has to serve the purpose of the actual product. So personally, I don't waste time on that stuff, but I know some people get a lot of enjoyment out of it. So whatever. How did you go about learning about story? You seem to have more of an understanding than what is gained in a standard education setting. Also, what are your goals with screenwriting? What do you want to direct? Do you want to do other roles in film? I don't know, man. My subconscious is kind of a blender, you know? I know that I have so many influences, I can't really name them because I don't like consciously know. And like all of this comes from them. All of this comes from the things I've consumed in my life, other people, thinkers, philosophy, whatever the hell. I just can't tell you specifically where an idea comes from. My brain doesn't work like that. Don't go to college for screenwriting. It's stupid. I didn't go. Why would you do that? So lame. Everything's on the internet. Just like it's art. You don't need a little slip of paper that tells you you're a good artist now. It's a waste of time, waste of money. What are your goals with screenwriting? I want to just be like a script doctor. I think I mentioned this earlier, where it's just like I want people to call me in. We're calling in the big guns, and then I show up and I fix all their problems, and they pay me a bazillion dollars. And then I don't want to be rich either. I want to do like good stuff with money. The thing is like, I want to do good in my community. I want to lift other people up. I want to help young artists. I just want to help people in general. I don't want to be rich. That's like, people like me tend to default to being, wanting to be rich when they don't actually have a passion. But I'm glad that I do. I have something I do that I love. So it's like, okay, let me just get stability. I'm not quite there yet. Let me get financial stability. And then I'll keep reinvesting, pouring what I make into the community, into, collaborative projects. I kind of want to be like a mob boss, but like a good version of that, I'd certainly like to direct a couple projects too. I love acting as well. I like, it's something I can see myself doing. Just like, oh, he acted in this one. Not even as a career, just, Oh, and the second question, do you do any other art besides writing? I draw a lot of stuff, actually. I have like just a million bazillion sketches of weird alien creatures. Can't draw hands, but or really body proportions at all, but I can draw some weird goopy alien, I'm real good at that. Is there a trope most consider bad that you love? Yeah, I'm going to talk about this in a future video, but I still don't really mind two characters who just have a really, really healthy romantic relationship that are just like in love. Like, it's like, oh my God, it's so shallow. I'm like, so, I mean, some people are like that. I know people like that. It's not to say there is no psychological depth, just that, yeah, they don't need each other. It's not a utilitarian relationship. Yep. If you're writing a story based on true events, how can you manipulate that into a well-written plot with characters and themes? I think the key there is subtraction, right? So it's like, it's not about changing things necessarily. It's just kind of about removing elements that don't serve your plan, because you're never going to capture a perfect picture of history. You got to get that out of your head. You have to carve away at a big block of narrative to find the sculpture underneath. So it's, I think, a game of subtraction, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you might, if there's context that's super important, you probably shouldn't omit that. That would affect your themes. But anything thematically relevant is what you're trying to uncover. I could tell a story about Napoleon that has to do with ego and, pride. But I could also write a story about Napoleon that's about masculinity and toughness and, opening up. It just like I'm those are probably even two more similar things, but you know what I mean? Like, you can view history through different thematic lenses and still never technically tell a mistruth. Knowing you basically never play games, if you were to write a narrative for a game, how would you approach producing a story and have its in-game mechanics align? I'm mainly referencing a concept called ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. Like, again, I just don't have any passion or interest for that. But if I had to, I'd probably put I'd probably play on the player's enjoyment of like the game and like combat and stuff. So I'd make it super fun, and then I would make the player and the character both be having a lot of fun doing this stuff, and then I would kind of deconstruct that fun. Why do you enjoy this so much? I might be do something like that, but it's a little preachy. It's probably why I wouldn't do it in the first place. How do you deal with the itch to create something new when you're already working on a project? I don't. It sucks. I always have multiple things going at once. I'm like writing several videos at the same time right now. But I think usually once one gets a little bit ahead of the others, I can put all the others on hold just because I am naturally so passionate about the main thing, and then I ball out and I do that. So I don't think it's really ever been a real problem for me. I'm not scatterbrained. Like I can focus. It's just that I do have multiple things I'm working on at once, and I can choose which one I focus on. As someone who primarily works on scripts, are there any interesting lessons you've specifically learned from novels or prose fiction that you apply to your screenwriting craft? No, not really. I tend to not, like, I know I should read, and I've been trying to read more. But you guys know I'm just I'm a super utilitarian thinker when it comes to my craft. I'm like, why would I do this? This does not serve my goals. So I don't read a lot. Yeah. I would say just learning the differences between screenwriting and prose. That's been super eye-opening to me. So it's not necessarily about the contents of the prose itself, but just the way it's structured and its limitations versus the limitations of screenwriting. Ahoy, absolutely love what you do. You're really putting into perspective something inspiring here. I just wanted to ask what you think about self-insert characters. How blank slate should they be? Should they merely hold the most relatable perspective? Keen to hear your thoughts, XX. If this is like a fan fiction reference, I don't really know nothing about that, but I don't really understand what a self-insert, like, what's the point of that? Like, I get that it's to immerse the reader, but it basically serves the same, like, role as a video game, where it's like, okay, yeah, it is super weird. Like, that is very bizarre as a concept, but also not. I just think, yeah, I agree that, like, it's hard to get depth there when you're trying to make this character relatable. Ultimately, though, how is like the Y/N? How is that any different from like a book in the first perspective? Because I don't think they can be that different. Like, what is it really like? Yeah, on one hand, it's like your name, put your name here, but how is that any different from just writing in the first perspective? Is kind of what's going through my head right now. I don't have an answer for that, because I don't really know the trade. But whatever. What are your inspirations that make you create your stories? Again, I don't really have conscious inspirations. Like, all glory to everyone who came before me. I'm sure I'm, constantly internally referencing other people and their work. But I have never once thought, oh, I'm going to do this thing just like so-and-so did in their movie. Like, that's not how my brain works. I'm sure I am doing that subconsciously. I'm mishmashing like everything I've ever seen in my entire life, everything I've ever read, all these ideas. But I don't do that as a conscious process. If you had to pick one movie as a screenwriting storytelling masterclass, what would it be? Just the first season of True Detective is pretty damn perfect. I don't love the finale because it comes down to a fist fight. That's my one gripe with it. But everything leading up to that is like, oh, yeah. Were you expecting to get this far with your channel? If so, how much do you expect to grow in the future? Well, I definitely didn't see this. I didn't have any expectations, I knew when I started, like, oh, it would be nice just to have this. But I think my ultimate plan was to grow more platform to promote my own work, And now the tables have kind of turned, and this channel's become a thing in and of itself because it's so big. I would like to get up to, if I can get like 300,000, if I can get up to that, like that, the writing channels, like I think you're gonna cap out at about 1 million. I don't know. The market is only so big, but I want to get big. I'm also not going to have as much output as I have been having. You know, I'm not going to just pump out video after video. And anybody who works for YouTube will be like, no, don't do that. You have to be consistent. That's bullshit. That's total bullshit, man. Like JXE can just come out of nowhere after like 6 months, you know, rack up 1 million on a video. Like, fuck you, you're wrong. You don't got to be consistent. Just create good stuff. That's all it is. Has a short you've written / made ever done a film festival circuit? I know you said the audience is not your top priority when writing a script, but sitting in a cinema, watching your film, you know, in the presence of an audience can be an extremely valuable experience when it comes to seeing what features aspects of your writing are hitting and what are falling short by the audience's general reactions. Well, again, I don't consider the audience's reaction to be an indicator of whether my shit is falling short. I also don't think about that stuff because I'm extremely confident. Like, this is kind of, it sounds kind of paradoxical, but I am extremely confident in my ability to be entertaining, which means I don't have to like do a litmus test. Like, typically when I think a thing will be entertaining, it is. I've never written like a joke in a script that didn't get a laugh. I've never created a scene that I think is awesome and the audience thinks is lame. When I make something I think is awesome, the audience has always thought, oh, that's awesome. Like, I feel like that's never been a concern for me. So I can count on my own artistic sensibilities and just focus on me and my themes. I've never done a film festival circuit. That just sounds like a hassle. I'm already kind of finding alternative ways into the game, so it just doesn't seem like super viable to me to put all my energy into that. What's the most success you've had with a script? Well, I'm not like in the business of like writing a thing. Oh, please make my thing. Please buy my thing. I've been paid to write screenplays for directors, for other people. And that is the most success I've had in this business. In terms of like my own stuff that I pull out of my ass, like the time will come for that, but that's really not the route to the top. That's not it. I'd rather just kind of bide my time, make the connections I need to make, and then I will come out with my own stuff. Do you listen to music while you write or sit in silence? It's got to be silence, honestly. Occasionally, like, I'll put on like the lo-fi station, but I definitely can't listen to music with lyrics. That'll fuck me up. Mostly silence. How do you abstract models out of the art you consume such in order to use them as tools for your own craft? IMO, this is the core theme of your channel, and talking about how to extract useful models out of art will be like teaching a hungry man how to fish rather than feeding him single pieces. Your objectivity and functional lens in this creative space is sorely what I've been missing, and I want to thank you and wish you luck. Thank you. Again, this is not the answer you want to hear, but it is very much not a conscious process. This like inspiration and output, that's not like a thing that I do consciously. I totally like, I'm not like some giant crazy God complex person who thinks, oh, it all comes from me. Like, I am creating the things I create, but I understand that they're inspirations. It's just that I don't really know what those inspirations are. Like, this is not a conscious, like, I don't like analyze the films I watch ever. Like, I don't do that. I'm not like taking notes like, oh, this is really cool. He did this. Oh, wow, that's a good writing choice. Like, it just happens. It just all goes into my brain, and then it goes into a blender, and then it just spits out the ideas I want. Which, I'm sorry, that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but it's kind of just how it works. Thoughts on writer-directors? They're cool. Writer-directors, they're kind of in a different class. I think Tarantino was saying this, where it's like, it's just a different beast. You get to make so many fewer pictures because you have to write it and then direct it, whereas someone who just directs can just hop from thing to thing. Someone who just writes can just hop from thing to thing. But a writer-director, you got to be with the project from the beginning to the end, and you're going to get like 10 if you're lucky. That is a privilege to get like 10 films in your life before you literally die. And most people, they don't even get that. They get like 2 or 3, and only one is the one that people know him for. So that's a very scary business, being a writer-director. I'm going to be writing for a TV series my boyfriend and I are creating. When it comes to writing single scenes and dialogue, what are some good ways to avoid it getting stale? Are there any tactics you use to brainstorm interesting scene setups or dialogue flow? Brainstorming isn't really a tactic. I kind of just brainstorm. But again, I figure out exactly, when I'm writing a dialogue scene, I figure out exactly what the scene has to accomplish. Right? So it's not that I just go in with, inspiration flow, but like, I know exactly what I'm doing going into a dialogue scene. And it's just a matter of finding the most dynamic and the most fun way to get my ideas across. So figure out what you're trying to say first. Figure out what each character's perspective is. How does the scene start? How does it end? And then, maybe it'll be a little 1-page thing. Maybe it'll be like a little 2-page thing, 3-page. I'll never commit to like, oh, this is going to be a long dialogue scene. I never say that because then that you might have to pad it out. So some scenes end up being so much shorter than I expect. Some scenes that I think are going to be a giant conversation, they just end up being like 2 lines because I get it all. So you have a checklist. You say, all right, this character is going to say, or not even going to say, this character has to communicate this idea, and then she's going to say this, and then they're going to come to this realization, and then the scene is going to end with her getting mad at him. And so then I'm like, okay, once I check all those 4 boxes, the scene is over. And sometimes that'll take half a page. Sometimes it'll take like 10 pages, So not committing to length is another big thing, I think. What is the biggest sin you see committed in television writing specifically? Just having useless characters who sit around and are just there for entertainment value but bring nothing ideologically or emotionally. That's a big one, That's just like kind of like people's comfort food television, just like a bunch of characters. And like, what's the point of these people? Like, what are they talking about? Like, well, he's just being a goofy guy, and this guy, he's the serious guy. Like, Jesus Christ, it's annoying to me. Not a sin, it's just like whatever. It's a thing that annoys me personally. Hi, thanks for the content. What is your opinion on change of plot for film adaptations? For example, comic book adaptations. What are the key elements which must stay while changing the characters, dialogue, script, etc.? Well, I think if you're going to adapt something, the purpose of adaptation is not to change things. I think the purpose of adaptation is to find a way to communicate the same stuff in a different medium. And sometimes that includes creating whole new scenes and new characters, and but the soul should still be there. The central themes, the central stuff, you can't change that. Otherwise it's not really an adaptation. It's a complete recontextualization. It's a reskin. It's a remix. It's different, right? An adaptation is like I am taking one thing and I'm turning it into a different version of the same thing built for a different medium. What is your background in script writing? I'm wondering as I'm interested in having a potential career in it, but I don't know where to start. Well, I don't think my particular route to having a career is viable because it started with having a giant YouTube channel. Well, growing a giant YouTube channel about screenwriting, and then directors reach out to me and other writers reach out to me. And that's how I started my career. And I'm still very much at the start of my career. But you can probably do a version of that in your own life, even without the YouTube channel. You just got to meet people. You just have to connect with people. Like if you're in college, look for like a senior working on a thesis film. If you can't get that, just look for a classmate, a peer, anybody working on a thing. Anybody who has like who wants to kind of be behind the camera, who wants to direct but doesn't know like how to write, doesn't have any interest in writing, be somebody's other half. Find a creative partner, find connections. That's what it's all about. Don't think that I'm just gonna write my beautiful script and just please make my thing. It's on Wattpad, it's on fucking Tumblr. We go look at it. Like that's not gonna work. Nobody cares about how good your art is. It's about who you know. It's about what your leverage is. And that's, and then once you get that opportunity, you got to go ham. You got to prove yourself. You have to really, really do your best work, do work that you're proud of. Advice/encouragement that you tell yourself when you need to kill your darlings. Also, how to work quickly so that you don't commit to too many ideas and need to kill any of them. Well, I think part of it is just starting from the bottom up, Like, I'm never really in a position, like, well, I am sometimes, but I'll never fall in love with a detail, because the detail doesn't exist until like the very end, Like I never get attached to any particular small detail. It's always these big, broad strokes, and then I come in and I pepper in the little stuff. So starting with the big ideas is the main thing for me. Just like don't resist the temptation to make it detailed and beautiful art. Just like be big ideas mode for as long as you can. Put off that first draft. And working quickly is another big thing too. How to work quickly, that's kind of complicated. I think it's not, you can't force yourself to have ideas. But you can quickly write a first draft if you're not thinking about style and presentation, if you just get it on the page. That said, like, that stage comes after figuring out every scene and outlining the entire thing. But I'd say the first draft is not a style draft, you know. And then you do a style pass later. How would you approach storytelling in something like an open world game? I don't know. I've never really played an open world game except maybe Minecraft. I think. Well, on one hand, there's like a choose your own adventure kind of thing. You just create a bunch of elements that do lead to cool storytelling, like Westworld, you know, and then somebody can just hop in and do what they want with those elements. And the other way is to kind of for the world to exist in the wake of a great story, you know. So it's sort of like oh, the you know, the war was 10 years ago, and there's just like a bunch of stuff everywhere. So like the real story already kind of happened, right? And then all the remnants of the story is kind of they're the components of your story. Beep bop, beep bop bop. How do you avoid heartbreak when giving your script to a director, knowing their vision for the project will not be the same as your vision, and you must let go of that control? Well, I am fortunate enough to just not be like I don't know. I'm not very sentimental. I'm not really an artist. I when I write, I know that the director is going to give it their own style, and that's fine with me because I don't have style. So they slot into each other nicely. Unless the director, like if the director wants to change some key theme or idea, like I don't even know why I'm working with that director. We got to be on the same page about, you know, what these characters are all about. So changing that's going to piss me off a little bit, yeah. But in terms of just like the exact, you know, like there's no picture I see in my head when I write. I mean, as weird as that sounds, it's that I'm so unattached to that. It just doesn't really matter to me. I'm not like I can sort of fall in love with the characters. I can really understand them deeply, empathetically, but I don't think in terms of shots. I don't like if I'm going to direct it. Yeah, I do, but I can pretty well internalize my role, and I don't need to be an artist. I just need to be my, you know, I need to be a mechanic. I need to do my job. How do you deal with perfectionism in your writing? Oh, do you deal with perfectionism in your writing? And if so, how do you deal with it? Well, I kind of like in terms of screenwriting, it's cool because there's never a final draft. So it's not like, oh, it's done. Like you're going to be rewriting this thing during production. You're going to be changing things on set. Screenplay is just a tool. So it's not the final deliverable, you know? And I tell myself that when I'm feeling really hung up on a thing. I'm like, all right, are the big ideas there? Is it fine? Is it cool? Okay, I don't need to worry about this one stupid line because the actor might even have a way better idea than me, you know? What helps you get motivated to write? Nothing really. I just grit my teeth and do it. You know, Ligma grind set, I guess you could say. I don't need to feel motivated. I just, I can just, I have that ability to just hustle it out. Like at the beginning, yeah, there has to be a little creative inspiration. You know, when you're in that idea stage, you got to be kind of excited. But when it comes to the actual writing, I just sit down and do it. I don't give a shit. Do you like fanfic? I know you do. Don't lie. Nor I don't. The first thing I wrote ever, well, and I don't know about ever, but like very, very early memory, could be categorized as an Adventure Time fanfic. But I really thought that I was going to bring it to Cartoon Network and get it made. So in my brain, it wasn't a fanfic. That wasn't its point. You know, I was literally going to make it. But I don't know. I don't really care about any IPs enough to want to read alternate, you know, fictions about them. It doesn't really make sense to me. What are some of the most impactful pieces of fiction you have read or watched? Well, kind of gone over a lot here. I'm trying to think of something new. Barry really got me, dude. I really love Barry. I will say that. That hit me. Just that's my shit, dude. Big fan of Body. And then the other ones I've talked about, you know, Children of Men and Game of Thrones. Yep. What do you think is harder, Club Step or TOE 2? I have no idea what either of those things are. Wait, let me do some research. Club Step. What is that shit? Oh, it looks like a Geometry Dash. I remember that game. I never played it, but I remember everybody played that like in middle school. Okay, TOE 2. Oh, that's another level in Geometry Dash. Well, I've never played... I probably played it at some point, but I don't remember. Sorry, I don't have an answer there, you know. It was a hard-ass game, I think. I remember it being hard. Do you think it would ever be possible to write a character like Patrick Bateman or Walter White without a huge majority of people misinterpreting them and idolizing them? Well, I mean, those are two kind of different characters. I think, again, like, I just want to preface this by saying I don't really give a shit how my work is received. I do it for me. You know, it's not about societal impact. But I think if you want to see that sort of thing done in a way that is really deglamorized, again, Barry, just like the fact that people were so pissed that it didn't end with Barry being a total badass and shooting everybody and, like, you know, having a Walter White ending, says to me that we're kind of programmed to see these kind of horrible male characters. Just we want to see them get these like badass ends, even though they were, you know, so toxic and fucked up. It's like, no, but I really wanted to see him, you know, do cool guy stuff. I'm like, no, he's not a cool guy. He's a fucking sociopath. And he, well, I'm not going to spoil what actually happens. But yeah, it's deglamorized. It's fitting for the kind of person he is. Whereas, like, I'm with, like, macabre storytelling on the fucking Breaking Bad ending. I don't think it's all that, you know? Like, I think it's very entertaining and satisfying, but also it didn't need that ending. It didn't need it. You know, Walter ruins his own life, and then it's suddenly like, oh, I'm going to come back and be a badass and be satisfying. Didn't need it. What are some good ways of creating drama in a script with only two characters? Give them something to do. Don't just have them be, like, in a blank room, you know? That's a big one. Making an interactive environment. Having other characters kind of exist as ghosts in the scene. So, like, you know, they can be talking about somebody. They're not just talking about each other to each other. There are other people in the world. Like, oh, we're talking about Mama. We're talking about, you know, our cousin Jimmy and the stuff that he did. And, you know, here's how I feel about it. Here's how you feel about it. We're not just arguing. We're arguing about stuff, you know. The world is so much bigger than those two characters. Why and how did you get into writing? Kind of went over that earlier. It just started with me writing stupid little videos to do with my friends and my cousins and my brother. And then it's sort of, I learned like what a screenplay should look like, kind of, and I would start to write those in docs. And then, like, really, I've written a lot of stuff that you know, it's obviously not something I can pass off as like a legitimate body of work, but I've directed 3 shorts, like, with budgets and crews. How many works do I remember writing? Again, it's kind of just, it's just sort of countless. My favorites, well, I really liked doing my most recent one, which was this medieval horror short. Not because it really pushed me as a writer, but because to me, that was the first time I really felt secure in my directing abilities. And I'm like, I actually know what I'm doing this time. And it was like this massive payoff to all of these mistakes I had made and things I had learned. And this is my most recent short that I directed back in November. I haven't done anything since. I've been too busy YouTubing, but I have plans, you know. Yeah, which ones do I think I could have done better on? Definitely all of them except that one. I mean, you can always do better. You can always do better, you know. But sometimes you gotta take those baby steps. You gotta make those mistakes so that you can improve, learn the things you gotta learn. What themes do you notice you accidentally repeat a lot? Well, I don't accidentally repeat them. I repeat them on purpose because they're the things that go on in my brain that I obsess over. Typically, it's a lot of, again, like the subjective versus the objective. Like, what is the value of the human experience? What is the value of love? What are these things worth in the grand scheme of things? Is the human experience worth taking the good with the bad? Kind of those. Those are the themes I always default to because they're the things that I think about. Are there any character types that you consider yourself drawn to, both in writing and the media you like to experience? I definitely like. I write a lot of kind of like I like writing the control character. Writing the character who's really just like has everything handled, who's really good at what they do. Kind of like I like writing like the Nolan protagonist type, leading man characters. But I usually like to give them. I like to make them a lot darker than Nolan does. Because for him, it's always like this super advanced spy dude knows exactly what he's doing, and he's just like so perfect at everything. And maybe he has a little trauma with his wife or whatever. But for me, it's like I like that character, but I like to make him just a complete insecure mess. Yeah, kind of like Barry. Love Barry. What's your approach to a situation where you have too many stories for one world/character in a genre that isn't usually keen on sequels? Well, again, I write screenplays, so I'm not really in the book world. I certainly don't write multiple stories per character. Like I write one. So this is just not a situation I've ever found myself in. Is the short answer to that, Eric G. What would I do if I were in this situation? Well, I would chop the fat off. I would figure out what's really important to me. I'd throw the rest away. I would throw the rest away, and I would build it all, back up. You feel me? Necessary bits only. You slander traditional writing advice a lot in your vids, but what books on writing do you actually think are worth reading? None that I've read. I mean, there's occasionally like an important little tidbit of advice. Like the one thing I think actually stuck with me about Save the Cat was the log line. Being able to describe your plot in one sentence, being able to create a compelling, back of the DVD marketing pitch for your movie. Like, what is this about? That was very valuable to me. Would I say Save the Cat is a great book? I personally no. I have never read a writing book and felt that it changed my life or anything. Which medium do you prefer, movies or TV shows? It's tough. Because on one hand, I love writing a feature film where I'm constrained to that 2-hour block. And I'm like, okay, I have to tell my story in this time limit. I have to get all my important beats, and it can just be super dense. I think overall movies, but also I see the value in writing TV, and how deeper you can just go deeper into stuff. Have you written a movie or show, or are you going to? Well, I've written a lot of movies. None of them have been made by big studios, so it's not like anything you've seen. The only stuff that's ever been made that I've done has been my little micro budget indie projects, but. Yeah, I'm sure I will eventually get a movie made. Certainly written a lot of them, though. What was the first movie that made a big impact on you? Bjark from Denmark. Hi, Bjark from Denmark. Big impact on me. Probably Transformers 2007. I've referenced this so many times, but I know it's like the script is just kind of bleh. But man, talk about falling in love with movies. Just being a kid in the early 2000s, there was so much fresh stuff. It was great, like Iron Man. I remember when Iron Man came out, just having that DVD, just watching it all the time. It was so cool. remember like I had Jurassic Park on VHS when I was really little. And that's one of the first movies I ever really remember watching. Next one. What are the best first couple steps to creating a story? Is it world building, then characters, then plot? No. Oh my God, don't do that. Jesus Christ. Oh God, no. I know I'm saying this like I'm an authority on it. I'm not. Personally, starting with world building is like, that's just narrative suicide to me. I would never do that. I don't even think about world building really. It's the last thing that it just happens naturally. It happens naturally as a result of me doing causation, figuring out why a thing is here. Oh, a thing is here because it's part of this institution, and then boom, world building. My steps, my process, order of operations is I figure out characters. I figure out kind of all of their orientations on like the themes. I figure out all the character arcs before I even have a plot. That's a big one. I figure out where each character is going to go before I figure out a plot. And then I create a plot to get them there. And if I do my job right, you can't tell that the plot was just created to facilitate these arcs. It's invisible, it's imperceptible. But yeah, plot is like last, and world building is last if it even happens at all. It's not even important to me whatsoever. Was there any singular piece of media that got you into screenwriting Game of Thrones, and what guided you down the path of your heavily logical thinking process? By the way, I have a parasocial relationship with you, and it's our anniversary next month. I will be sure to mark that on my calendar and buy flowers. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Well, as for the heavily logical thinking process, I think I'm a person who just doesn't like... I don't like the art of art. I don't like thinking about the subjective side and, here's the expression and it's just pure and beautiful and it can't be put into words. Like I'm just a super pragmatic person in life. Like I'm like a marketing student. I don't, I'm not like an artist, like, oh, just sharing my artistic truth with the world. So I think the way I operate kind of in life just translates into art as this sort of technical. It's not even technical because I think people think it's I'm going into depth about this, and like I'm really not. I just have a few basic concepts that I apply to everything. I'm very like simple. There's really no complexity to my approach whatsoever. But yeah, I think it just comes as a result of having a pretty objective brain and not valuing art in the same way other people value art. This might be a bit complicated, but say you have a story that already has specific beats written out and characters that have personality, but the purpose of or beliefs of those characters and the theme of the story aren't clearly visible to you. My question is, how do you find those beliefs and purposes, or really just the theme in general in the story you've written? Well, personally, I would not ever be in that situation, but since it seems you are, my advice would be liquefy everything. All of those specific beats you have, all of those characters and their personalities, just absolutely slushify them. Put them in the slushy magic. Be gone with them. Put them on the chopping block. Say, okay, those of you who do not support the grand plan, you will get chopped, homie. And then you figure out, okay, what are my themes here? And then you decide which of those characters and plot beats serve your themes and which don't, which need to be changed, tweaked. You're not about to find beliefs and purposes in an aimless plot with aimless characters. You're going to have to change things. Swag. It's a good question, though. Do you think it's possible to write a long-form, one-character story that's not based on survival? Yes, of course. I don't know how. I've never tried to do that, but I know plenty of people have. Or have they? Survival is the big one, and I'll say that. The Martian, The Revenant, shit like that. I'm sure it is. I'm not going to say a thing isn't possible. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but got to be a way, Dear Local, I was wondering about your thoughts on a common story type, specifically the downward moral spiral, in which the protagonist undergoes an arc where their views become increasingly more detached from what is viewed as normal. Examples of this would be Crime and Punishment and the picture of Dorian Gray. Is that like 50 Shades of Grey? Is that guy? What are my thoughts? You're asking what my thoughts are. Yeah, I do that a lot. I don't need my characters to be redeemed. I don't need happy endings. I usually just I like darker shit because it gives you permission to explore, shall we say, the more unsettling realities of the human condition. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I do that a lot. I've written characters who have had really grisly fates. I think the biggest thing for me is you have to give them a glimmer of hope. Like, oh, I think they could change. I think they could be better. Here's a picture of what things could be. Nope. And then it's just like full regress. That's important to have a sort of, there always has to be sort of this hope that maybe they'll get better, at least until you're nearing the end, and then they can go off the deep end. Do you have any opinions about storytelling in mediums like songs or poetry? Do I have any opinions? No, not really. I think songs and poetry can tell stories, obviously, but if it's not the sort of story as in like a fictional universe, a canon, sequential events, characters, plot, I can't really speak to that. I mean, it's such a different game. You're feeling it out in a song or in a poem. You're looking for the right way to do things, but right is sort of an instinctual, emotional feeling, whereas right for me is a set of qualifications, that I can actually go down a list and check. So it's just a different game. Will you ever do a video on extending themes using external symbolism, e.g. music supervision and broader intertextuality? I don't see, the thing is, I love that stuff. Like, this is not one of those topics where I'm like, I don't fucking care. Like, I do really like that stuff, at least the intertextuality stuff. Music is not my strong suit because music is so subjective and I can't really speak to that. Except to say that maybe one cue, could be linked to something, whether it's compelling or not. But yeah, I could see myself doing a video like that if I ever am able to collect my thoughts. What is a good way to stop yourself from becoming distracted by the finer details of your plot, caught up in resolving loose ends and unanswered questions in lore or character development when building a story? Well, you just got to start big, Get your big stuff out of the way first. I don't have a brain that is gravitated towards just endless detail trains, but when people do, the first thing I kind of tell them is like, okay, well, you have to first of all just liquidate all of that, because if your story isn't done yet, then you don't even know if that stuff will be compatible with what your final plan is. So you're anchoring yourself in ideas that you might have to ditch. That's, I think, the biggest thing. As for distraction as just a psychological phenomenon, I don't know. Just have a hierarchy of priorities and stick to it, If you do watch some anime when you have free time, can you make a video about it? If you don't want to commodify it, that's totally fine. I don't know what I would talk about. What would I talk about? I don't know, man. Just like I'm not like just gonna make, here's a video about this. Here's a video, like you're like, oh, can you please make a video about, and it'll be like a thing that I have seen. And like, I can't think of any writing lessons in there. What do you want me to just do a review? You want me to just analyze things about it? I mean, if I happen to watch anime and I happened to see something worth talking about it, yeah, I would. But I typically like to just talk general stuff and not get into the media itself. Who are your main screen script writing inspirations? Basic ass question. I figure your answer regardless of me asking. Yep. My biggest screenwriting inspirations. Is there anyone whose style I really, really like? I mean, I had to go through my Tarantino wannabe phase at the very beginning when I was like, 17, 18. But that stuff is still in my DNA, that need to be like clever. And even though I think that I've gotten over, like I'm attached to deeper themes now, and I really want to do like real inspirational, emotional, whatever. But like the Tarantinisms, they're still in me, you know? Other writers that I really jive with. Who do I jive with? Probably just Nick Pizzolatto with True Detective. Just doing so much with those two characters, you know, so many conversations, yet they never get stale or old. It's just absolute masterclass. Any thoughts on the screenwriting strike and the implications of writing as a viable career? Well, I'm not WGA. I'm kind of a mercenary right now. So it doesn't necessarily affect me. I mean, it does affect me because the projects I'm working on are not going to go into production until after the strike. But like people like me can still get hired and do stuff. I don't even know if I want to be part of the WGA since the work I do is just not writing in a normal sense. Do you have a favorite cliche and why? I don't know about cliche. I mean, there's something I do kind of like, and I mentioned this at the very start of the last Q&A, is when a character will just say like one thing that just recontextualizes everything. And the examples I gave then were Robert Pattinson in Good Time, where he's like 2/3 of the way through the movie, he says something to the effect of like, I just feel like this is connected to my purpose. And it just comes out of nowhere and you're like, what? Because he was, you realize that's how he thinks about life. And you're like, oh, that doesn't like, but it kind of adds up, right? It just flips the entire character on his head. And I love stuff like that. It's not a cliche, but closest I can think of. Will you ever create a Discord server? Actually, I do have a Discord server. You just have to subscribe to me on Patreon, and it's all automated. So there's no other way in. You know, you gotta pay me, bro. You gotta support my career. How do you juggle the main events of the B plot in a story? I assume it's best to have them playing out at once so as to not seem like a side quest, but it seems strange for me to raise the conflict for the protagonist, but they're also concerned about the B plot with the mysterious door in the basement. Well, the thing is, they have to connect at the end, you know? That's all it is. You can go on long tangents, but at the end of your story, and I don't mean the end of the episode, I don't mean the end of this particular segment, I mean the end of the story itself, you gotta connect them, man. At least thematically connect them. Like maybe they don't literally unite in the plot, but there's got to be a through line. You feel me? Can you give us a high-level bio of your education and job experience? Sure. I used to be a lifeguard when I was 15. And then I worked for a landscaping company. And then when the virus of unspecified origins hit, I got laid off. And I found some construction work that winter. And I demo blowing shit up. It was great. Real stress reliever. And then after that, I graduated high school and I went to college for media stuff. I started working at Home Depot in the summers back in Cincinnati, and then eventually I quit that because I got a instructional technology job at my university, which I still have to this day, although it's not a terribly labor-intensive job. And then, I made a big, crazy pilot short film called 2080X with my homeboy Turner. And through that, I got the attention. Well, I'm not going to pretend like he saw my thing and he was like, wow, this is so good. But through a very loosely connected family friend who works in the film industry, I got a PA job on an HBO movie. This is when I was 20. I basically just spent 2 months picking up trash. It was miserable, 17-hour days. But around that time was when I started the YouTube channel. I think I released the Rogue One video when I was on that set. So after that, I realized that I was not particularly in love with being on set, so I just kind of focused up. I did another short film with everything I had learned, and it was pretty great. It's called The Void King. I don't think it's not publicly available yet, but it's pretty cool. And then, immediately after that, my YouTube channel blew up. And I'm 21 now. YouTube channel goes crazy town. I begin to offer writing consultations because people really like my writing advice. And then I get some industry clients, start charging a little more, signing some NDAs like a big boy, getting into some contracts, getting into some real shit, some proper stuff, writing screenplays for people, doing story stuff for people. It's all during the strike, so it's kind of like tough, but we're managing. And that's where I am now, I haven't graduated from my university yet, but when I do, it will be with a degree in media and marketing, which was a great decision because instead of being a little art boy with special art skills, I now know how to sell things and make money because I already had the art covered on my own. And that's been my life thus far. Have you ever watched Succession? If so, what are your thoughts? If not, you should. Yeah, I'm actually watching it right now. I just watch television very, very, very slowly because I have no time. So I've been watching the first season for about a month, and I think I'm almost done with it. I'm like on episode 6, maybe. Best movie format, e.g. DVD. Blu-rays rock because I can rip them and they're high quality. I'm going to say Blu-rays. If applicable, what's your favorite Discworld book? I have no idea what that is. What have you written? Are you comfortable sharing? I'd love to read your stuff. Well, I don't write books or anything, so you can't read any of my writing. My writing is screenplays, and screenplays get turned into movies. You can watch things that I've made, like 2080X and like The Void King and like Mega Racer and all that great stuff. But I don't write prose. I don't write things that are meant to be written. Are there any stories that you think are great where your methodology could not be applied at all? Like they function in a completely different way? Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of movies, probably most of them. My methodology is not meant to be a grading system for other people's shit. It is just how I do my work. I don't know, it's a million examples. Basically every horror movie, where it relies on tension and stuff. Yeah, Alien, Midsummer. Fuck if I know, there's a lot. I mean, some of the times, like you can kind of apply it, but yeah, it's a big old world of stories out there. Nothing to run from, it's all great. Hey, Lucas, Aiden here. I was wondering if you could give us the breakdown on any projects you're working on, ideas for new videos, short films, and collabs, that kind of stuff. I think it would be great help to see how you schedule and organize these ideas. Thanks. Well, Aiden, right now I am on the downslope of a giant mountain of shit that I piled up over the summer. I put a ton of work on my plate these last few months, and I've mainly been able to chew it up, but I am slowing down. I have this Q&A is going to be released as soon as I'm done with it. I'm doing it in parts, if you can't tell. And then I have 3 videos that I'm currently writing. And the order in which they come out will probably be the Adventure Time video and then the writing. Well, there's one that's about not motivation, because that's sort of a nebulous concept, but it's kind of about being productive and the most efficient way to write. And then I have a jumbo video that I'm hoping is going to be super duper long, and that's going to be about writing relationships, which is a big topic I haven't covered yet. And then after that, I'm kind of working on this. I'm working on a feature, but it's going to be a different sort of feature. It's going to be kind of a mockumentary feature, but I still am writing that myself. I'm also writing some stuff for some clients, and that's fun. Scheduling is just like, you have to give yourself some time. Like I've had to learn to say no to things. I'd never really had that capability. It was just always say yes to the next opportunity. But now, multiple opportunities getting thrown at you at once. You can't say yes to them all. Just rip you apart. So you got to set those boundaries with yourself. You really have to set aside time, sit with yourself, and just be unproductive for a little bit, I hope that answered your question. When writing a story about non-human characters, dragons, fairies, centaurs, etc., what's the best way to build a setting that feels like it's catered to that one specific species? Well, I feel like centaurs wouldn't have cars. I feel like dragons wouldn't have roads at all. I don't really know much about world building for real, but maybe just understanding what, you have the human thing and you have the dragon equivalent of it. So, like a drinking fountain. What is that to a dragon? Well, a dragon probably has some kind of watering hole, right? And they all congregate at the watering hole. Something like that. Hey Lucas, I've been watching your videos since the beginning of the channel. I love writing and would consider myself a significantly creative person, but I never wrote anything. I have like 3 ideas for shows, but the problem is that it feels so deeply inspired in other shows that I've watched before. I have an entire idea for a complete magic system, but I don't know what to do with it. I've got so much to talk about, but anyways, here's my question. How should I start working with my ideas? Sorry if I misspelled anything. I've been learning English recently and writing is a bit difficult. Your English is great. Don't even sweat it, homie. Well, ideas are cheap. You got to understand that your ideas aren't worth much. You actually have to develop them into proper thingies. Take the one that you like the most and just forget about the others for a while. Just put them in a little chest and don't think about them. Pick the one you like the most. Ask what are the big emotional concepts, themes, philosophies that you want to talk about, and then just do my method from there. Just talk about, so what are some characters who have something to say about these themes, What am I struggling with? How do I turn it into some characters who can battle it out and reenact my inner conflict on the page? You feel me? Magic systems, I don't really value them that much. I just think like, what's the point? The novelty, sure, but if it doesn't serve the story, who cares? I wouldn't. It's cool to have one, but like you should be down to change it if you have to. It should by no means be an anchor point for you. Do you have any ideas on how a story should start? I'm still outlining for a story of mine, and I'm not sure whether or not I'm starting the series off in the right spot for the main character. Okay, yeah. I get in the habit of like not having a ton of time with the character before they go on their big change, before their arc starts. But I do think it is important to show what the character was like before their arc begins, before they are acted on by an outside force. So show them really just sitting in their delusion, sitting in their wound, and just resist the urge to kick the plot into gear. I think give it a few scenes. This is a big one, Avatar isn't mid-video. Make 2 claims I found very hard to defend. 1, Avatar isn't generic because the peoples being invaded have a real magic system. I would say this is a story most people are required to learn as a kid in history, with whichever side wins says their god was real. If I had a story about one of the times in the Bible, the biggest book on earth, there are municipal times where people are getting invaded. I should have put a word limit on this, Jesus. Where people getting invaded also have a god on their side. Okay, I'm bad with words, but TDLR, put that first. Fighting colonizes, but wait, their god isn't real, generic, but with Pocahontas, Frozen 2, and many other stories doing that, also their god not being real just doesn't work because the movie just commits to a OP character, isn't allowed to do what they actually would do in that situation, which is probably why so many people don't notice how religious the film is. I'm trying to find where the question is in that. That's the end of the first one. This person is the second one. Well, whether it's generic or not, I mean, that wasn't really my main argument there. But again, I think you're wrong because you're saying that correct me if I'm sampling the wrong part of your paragraph here, but you're saying that, well, the god of the victors is always real, so why does it matter? Well, I'm saying the god is an actual entity, an actual biological thing. That was my point there. I think that's pretty profound. I've never seen that done before. That blurs the line between spirituality and then real biology. It was kind of a thing, I did. You said tropes aren't inherently bad or good. IMO lampshading should never happen in a perfect story as it exists to cover up a flaw just by pointing out and just going, don't worry about it. A perfect story wouldn't have a flaw like this. You're right. I don't consider that a trope in the sense I was using the word. I just consider that a stupid thing. That's not a trope in the sense that enemies to lovers is a trope, But then this person says, thus unobtainium is dumb. Okay, so that doesn't make sense because if it wasn't unobtainium, you Are you just commenting on the name? That's not a lampshade, because the fact that they can't, no, you're wrong. You're just so wrong. Okay. I'm looking for the perfect allegory to show you just how incorrect your brain is right now. If it were not called unobtainium, you could not make this argument. Whereas if a contrivance happened in another story, whether or not the story called itself out, it would still be a contrivance. But you're literally just referring to a name of a thing. It would be like if you had a conqueror in a story and the conqueror's name was Kang the Conqueror, and you'd be like, oh, well, it's just the story is acknowledging that he's a conqueror. It's lampshading. Like, no, it's not. Like, the fact that he's a conqueror is not a contrivance. Lampshading is when you point out a contrivance. And unobtainium being hard to obtain is not some plot hole. That's just what it is. It's not a contradiction. So that's not lampshading. Do you have some points against these two things, or did they just change your mind? No, you did not change my mind. Sorry for that. You did your best, but I'm right. Congrats on the 100K. You earned it. Thank you. Appreciate it. How do you come up with cool, original, fun, and or interesting themes? Yours truly, Mr. Boobman Fartslinger. Oh my God, I cannot believe Mr. Boobman Fartslinger is commenting in my Q&A. Well, I don't really care if my themes are cool, original, fun, or interesting. They're just my themes. Like, they're just the stuff I think about and talk about. I don't care if it's something other people think and talk about. I write about the things that I care about emotionally. So it doesn't really matter. Like, I write about the themes that matter to me. It doesn't matter how interesting they are to others, you know? What character or storyline in your own writing has had the biggest impact on you as a writer, but also as a person? Oh, that's interesting. I had a character who I played, if anybody's seen 2080X, you guys know what I'm talking about, but I wrote Isaac, just kind of this gangster, but I quickly realized, like, he's kind of becoming me, and that shows up in the sequel scripts much more than the original, because he's not really in the original, but man, he's just like, he eventually just sort of, like, he has a lot in common with me as he goes down the line, just in a much darker way. You know, it's a much darker representation of things that I've gone through, and being able to realize that and like write it down, I think was the first of kind of many steps I've gone on in like the last year to kind of just become a better person, because he is a total psycho. I've heard we all need to start small as writers. What are some good ways to get started with writing short content? Well, I think the beginning of your career, like, you need to make a lot of stuff. They'll say that there are studies about, I think it was like a pottery study where they had 10 people who were just supposed to spend the day making one really cool piece of pottery, and 10 people who were allowed to make as much pottery as they wanted. And they found that the best stuff was from the group who was making a bunch of it, just because when you're in that, when you're not like tied down to one thing, you can really just let your mind go wild. So I will say, like, at the beginning, write short stuff, but also write a lot of short stuff. And it's okay to just abandon one and move to another. Just let yourself exist in that primordial soup. Do you scare easy? Are there any do you scare easy? Are there any pieces of horror media that stand out to you, and why? No, I don't. If a thing scares the shit out of me, like, that's happened very few times. Hereditary was one. The Descent was the other one. The main two I can think of, yeah. But no, I really, like, I almost get kind of sentimentally attached to media that scare the shit out of me because it's so rare. Blair Witch Project 2, that was freaky. Is there a particular piece or person that heavily influenced your writing style? Is there a role model you look up to that inspired you? Well, once again, if you're skipping around, yeah. In terms of piece, just like the early Game of Thrones was my shit. Is there a role model you look up to? Well, I think my biggest role model right now is just James Cameron, because of his absolutely bonkers work ethic that he managed to uphold, while still being like a really respectable guy and doing the things that he loves. Like he's not like a workaholic in the way that I am. Like the dude has passions outside of filmmaking, and he's just such an interesting guy. And like I want to be like him, really. I mean, I say that like I'm a little kid, but he's my number one for sure. And I got a head start on him because he was working as a truck driver until he was 27. I'm 21, and I'm already doing movie shit. Incredibly random question, but I've been asking a lot lately as a thought exercise. In a world where the sun is some kind of eldritch entity or villain, how would your cast of characters deal with it? Get as wild as you want. I love your videos. They made me a better writer for watching them. Also very glad to find another Avatar lover. Hello, thank you. That is cool. So are we realizing the sun? Oh, there's something up with the sun. Is this like Moonfall, but with the sun? Sunfall? Well, I would immediately gravitate to the themes of like the thing that's giving us life is actually evil. That's the core of that story to me, where it's like the thing that is keeping you alive is also killing you, is also the source of all darkness in the world. So can you get the good without the bad? Can we move P out? Can we do stuff without the sun? I think would be really the crux of the story. But I don't think I can take it much further than that right now. Are you still doing writing review sessions? Well, yes and no. I have like recurring clients and stuff, but the thing is, I started that little project. I don't regret it, for the record, but I had like 25,000 subs, and now I have 100,000. It was kind of just an exercise in meeting new people, but I cannot, like, I get thousands and thousands of people who want to do this with me. It's not my full-time job. It was just a tiny little gimmicky side hustle. So general public like consultations are closed right now. I'll do industry stuff, and I do stuff for my patrons because those are the gang, But yeah, the general public consultations are off for now. They might come back later when I kind of get my life together a little more, but at the moment, just can't bring on any new work. It's too overwhelming. Opinion of intercuts. Like cutting two scenes together. I like that, I think if they're thematically jiving, you feel me? Like cutting between two scenes that have the same kind of root thematically, or to show how different two characters are with regard to a particular theme or idea. Yeah, it's a good question. How would you go about making powerful character-related symbols in your story that your audience can understand but not whack them over the head with its intended meaning? I don't know. That seems to be a very subjective thing. I mean, if you do your job right, a certain object or a symbol or whatever can mean everything that it stands for subtextually, because you've already done all that work, right? If the characters go on some giant quest and all they get for it is just like a cool little gemstone, then every time we see that gemstone, we're going to remember the quest. And if they like fell in love on the quest and the gemstone became a symbol of their love or something, then it means that. You never have to say it, You just have to count on them having watched the beginning of the story to understand what the symbol is. Favorite story type? I'm a big fan of post-apocalyptic. I'm assuming this is what you were asking, but I am not sure. I really like... I like stories about powerful individuals, for sure. I don't like stories about little old somebody just existing and vibing, with their melodrama. I want stories about people in power, people who move real weight and whose actions have serious consequences. It's kind of how I feel about that. Writing for TV or film? Again, I think I'd rather do film. I like film because it places limitations on yourself, but I love TV too, and I could see myself doing that. I would just need somebody, a good writing partner who has the instinct to stretch things out, because my instinct is always to make things shorter. You recently-ish started to play D&D, which has role-play elements as its core appeal. I'm curious as to whether you've role-played in other larger communities or venues. Forums, MMOs, etc., and whether you have any observations on differences in narrative structure between collaborative storytelling versus traditional storytelling. As for the first bit, I've never been on a forum, and I don't know what an MMO is. Um, well, again, I don't think D&D is collaborative storytelling. I think collaborative storytelling is, it sounds nice on paper, but I think you need the shared experience element. That's what I think the dice matter. If you remember my world building video, I talked about that, where it was just like the chaos and the serving the higher power of the dice make it a shared experience. And they also set boundaries of things you can and can't do, as opposed to just like a role playing where it's like, I do this, and then my character does this, and then my character does this. It's like, well, what's the basis for any of this? Who's there to tell us what we can and can't do? Stories need rules, If you name a movie or TV show that is in general pretty bad, but the script is actually good, love your content. Cheers from Brazil. Well, like a poorly made thing with a good script. Well, I mean, the script is really how I evaluate everything, so it's not really fair to ask. Like, I can't call a thing bad if the script is amazing. If the script is amazing, the worst it can be is just a great script executed in a somewhat corny manner, and that wouldn't make it unwatchable to me, at least. Script is good, poorly made. Script is good, poorly made. I mean, if you want to like get technical, like Primer is just like, it has a lot of shots that are just completely out of focus, breaking the 180. The lighting in one particular scene is like just god awful, amateurish, but the script is fantastic. So Primer is a good example, I think. It's Shane Carruth, I think like 2006 maybe. I've plotted out my story, have solid characters and a tight framework. Now it's time to actually write it, and I'm stuck. I never thought that would be the hard part. How do I actually take those scenes and put them to paper? I'm doing prose, but I assume it translates to screenplays as well. Well, you might not have enough details, but no, it doesn't, because screenplays, there's only one way to say that we're in Dan's house. It's interior.danshouse/day, whereas you have to find an artful way to articulate that information. So I think it is different, because once I have my outline, once I have my scene list, that's all I need to do. Like, I can just start writing procedurally, whereas you need to find artsy ways to do stuff. I would say just do a vomit draft, where you don't worry about the style at all, just get it on the page. At least that's kind of how I go about things. But yeah, you're kind of playing a different game than I am. What is the number one skill you need to find work as a writer without any formal experience, education? Marketing. Be able to sell yourself. It doesn't matter how good your writing is. Just like make the right connections, sell yourself. Find a person at your level, collaborate with them. Yep. You mention themes frequently. How do you know if you've got a good one? What differentiates a good thematic base from a bad one? Well, I think I like themes and not messages. And the difference for me is that just like if the sole purpose of my story is that I want to make a point, then I would just make the point. It doesn't need to be art. Art is for the more complicated stuff. Art is for the stuff with multiple perspectives that needs to be pondered, that needs to be reflected on. That doesn't mean you can't have a thesis in the end, but certain topics demand deeper exploration because they're more complex than just here's the right way, here's the wrong way, And I don't like moralizing like that. So I think a solid thematic base is one that lends itself to argument. Is there a plan for Global Script Man? Yeah, it's just my second channel on which this video is posted. No, I think it's just my second channel where I post my shitty stuff. Or not shitty, just unstructured, Because I want to keep my main channel as this polished gem. And I won't put my glob on there, If you had to choose, what movie or episode would you call your favorite? Children of Men or True Detective Season 1. Also, what is the favorite thing you've made yourself? My favorite thing that I've made personally, the thing I've gotten the most deeply invested in was the 2080X series, but definitely the highest quality was my most recent film, which is not out yet. Have you seen any anime? No, I told you I haven't seen any anime. That was in the thing. Bop, boop, beep, bop, beep, bop, boop. Hey, I have felt that you really liked Arcane and you refer to it in a couple of videos in a really positive way. I also really enjoyed it, but I'm craving for more detailed video entirely about the show from you. Is it something I can rightfully expect, or is that just not in your plans right now? Maybe when season 2 comes out, meaning in 10 years of everything goes right, but we have to let Fordich cook. No, I don't like doing analysis videos. I just don't see the point. Unless I can find deeper lessons within about how to do things, but I never just critique. I never just analyze. It's always with the express purpose of making my own work better. That's not a side thing. That is literally the purpose. So if I don't get that out of a thing, no matter how good it is, no matter how profound it is, if I cannot find actual lessons that help me improve, I'm probably not going to make a video about it. Because liking things is not a skill. Why should we listen to you? What is your credibility? What writing credits do you have? Where did you study? I don't mean this in a rude way. I'd just like to know. Well, I'm not saying you should listen to me. Some people find me helpful and some people don't. If you find me helpful, then that's great, and I've helped you. You're welcome. If you don't find me helpful, then I'm sorry to hear that. I don't have all the answers. I'm just some guy. I made all this shit up. I don't have a college degree. I didn't study writing anywhere. All of my frameworks, most of the terms I make up, it's just all straight from the old noggin. So, yeah, that's that. I would discourage you from thinking about art in terms of credibility. There is no credibility in art. I know some people find it really hard to break out of this mindset, but the sooner you do, the sooner you will realize the kind of the true nature of this stuff as subjective and as very much a game of egos. Nothing's real. There's no ones and zeros here. We're playing narratives. It's about selling things. It's about what do you make? Who do you know? That's how the industry works. So there's no objective grading scale for art. Nor do I care about grading art. I'm not even mad about that. I don't give a shit. What's a skill that you wished you'd practiced more as a kid that you're trying to get better at now? A skill. Well, I'm actually learning about science now. I was like a fake science kid. Where it's just like I like the pop science. I like the just the shortened SparkNotes version of it. But I've been really diving into scientific topics and philosophical topics. As a kid, it was just like Christopher Hitchens' Burn compilation, and now it's like, I'm actually trying to read philosophy and read about stuff. So, yeah, that's it. I'm just trying to be more mature about the way I acquire knowledge and ideas and theory. How do you feel about people writing themselves, as in writing characters based on themselves and or writing personal issues? It doesn't exactly fit into your systematic form of plot, content, conflict creation, at least without alteration. Big fan, by the way. Love your work. Thank you. Well, I think if you think you have a story worth telling, like you've actually gone through major changes in your life that have taught you things, then you can take that emotional base and it doesn't have to be one-to-one with your life. As long as you have the emotional core of your story, why not tell it in the future on a moon base? Why not tell it in the past in ancient Rome, So the thematic core of a story doesn't have to be literally you, but it can come from your life. I think a lot of my stories work that way. So it's not literally me. It doesn't, it's not like this is my mom, this is my dad. It's not even direct stand-ins for them. It's just the same ideas being tackled in different settings. And you can draw those ideas from your own life. Water? I believe one of your best qualities as a context creator is being so active in your fan base. How do you intend to keep active as the amount of views continue to increase? Well, I'll do what I can. I can't do consultations for bazillions of people. That just it's not possible for me. But I'll try. I always reply to the first hour. I just reply to every comment on a new video because I liked having those conversations with people. And I usually check back in later, I don't have my notifications on for comments, obviously, because I get a lot of comments and that's overwhelming. But yeah, I'm always going to reply to comments. That'll never stop. And I want to collaborate with other creators, and their ideas brewing for that as well. So it's going to be harder. I can't connect per capita with the same amount of people, but I'll do my best. Do you have and recommend formal education? No. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Nothing formal about art. Just figure out what works for you. Everything you can learn in a college, it's right here. Like, I can't believe people paid to watch Brandon Sanderson's lectures. Like, they had to get a college degree, and he just filmed it and put it on YouTube. Yeah, don't go to college for writing. It's stupid. How did you get into script writing? I just wanted to make movies, and I realized that you actually have to write those. It's funny. I didn't really realize the importance of the writer until I was like 14, 15-ish. I was like, oh, well, that's like a big thing. The writer kind of runs the show here. So it started as just something for me. And then I realized that it was a big opportunity to, have a career around it. So that's what I'm doing now. After you have your character and their conflicts, what do you use to guide your conflicts? Something like story circle, hero's journey, or do you kind of just go with the flow? No. I mean, story circle and hero's journey don't have anything to do with the actual mechanics of a certain conflict. My conflicts are always between multiple characters. So, I usually have to throw variables in there, make some characters more powerful in the world than others, just sort of play with, all right, what's going to make this the most explosive, But that is tough. That's like second act shit, It's like there's a lot of ways to do it. Just keep the arcs intact, and I usually have one or two big confrontations in my head that I work around. So I definitely don't go with the flow. But that's the hardest part for me, yeah, for sure. Do you know what an idea is when you start? Like, do you have an idea and write a short film or a feature or a pilot, or do you just go with the flow until it takes on a specific length? Of course, I mean, an idea is an understatement. I have an entire plan. I have every single scene figured out. I know what happens. I know basically everything. All I have to do is print it out onto a page. Like, that's it. Hey man, love the content. Do you have any recommendations for how to get into screenplay writing? I'd imagine it takes a good bit of practice before you write something worth filming. Were you fine letting your scripts sit in the void, or did you start making movies right away? I mean, I don't know if it takes a long time before you write something worth filming. Like, the script is never read by anybody. If you're directing it, then the script is just for you. So you can be loose with it. It's not a matter of like technical craft if it's just for you. I've been making movies for as long as I can remember. I started making like little Lego stop motion thingies, and then it was claymation, and then it was goofy little sketches with my friends and my brother, and then I tried to do more serious stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you can just hit the ground running, dude. Don't wait. Don't think that you aren't skilled enough. Just go for it. Worst that can happen is you learn a lot. How important do you think prose is in a game/movie compared to books? I ask because I'm an aspiring indie game developer, but since I'm a non-native English speaker, I'm insecure about my prose. Don't write books if you don't have a good grasp of English, but you can totally write movies and games. I mean, the only real words that'll actually get heard by the audience in a movie or a game are going to be the dialogue, right? So prose is not dialogue. I think you might be misusing those terms. Dialogue, I guess, just in my world, we never used the word prose to describe dialogue. Obviously, I'm not sure where you're coming from, but I will say this, the actors will bring a lot to it. So you can have really simple lines that the actors give a lot of life to. So being prosy in the most general sense, I think we can agree on regarding the meaning of that word, I think is less important in a screenplay by far, and a game. I mean, I don't really know about game development, but you're good is what I'm saying. You're solid. I mean, don't try to like write a novel. Just stick with the game thing. If your goal is to get by without doing much prose, How are you so cool? I'm not. This video is boring as shit. I am not cool. I am not cool at all. You don't watch anime, but any thoughts on that sort of long-form storytelling? Could you apply your storytelling methods to a story that is 700 episodes/chapters long? I mean, I'm sure you could, but there's got to be a lot of fill in there. There's no way that like they're having like irrelevant character beats in every episode. It just sounds so exhausting. Come on, get on with it. You probably could. I'm not going to say there's a limit on it, but it doesn't interest me. One day I hope to have helped someone as much as you helped me. My questions are about constructive criticism and improving your work. What advice should you take away, and what should you ignore? Who should you be listening to? How can you look at your work objectively and improve it? Well, I mean, this one's kind of just obvious, but if a criticism comes from a place of personal feelings if it's not really about like what criticism to ignore. It's about dividing criticism up into subjective and objective critiques, right? So if a person makes a claim about it doesn't make sense that a character would do this, that's a very, very different claim than if they say, oh, that made me really sad. Like those are two very different sentences. So just being able to divide them up. And then I think once you have them divided up, it'll be much more clear as to what you should ignore. Personally, I don't really care what the audience thinks. I just think in terms of objectives. So I just throw all those beta reader style, here's how I felt. That's all just out, down the drain. What influenced you to become a professional writer? Was there a specific scene from your life or a talk? I've always just wanted to make movies. I think once I realized that how great writing was, I was like, oh, well, I don't have to want to be Steven Spielberg. I can want to be a writer, because when you're a kid and you want to be you want to be in the movies, it's just like, oh, well, I'll just shoot for the highest, most generic good I can, which is the ultimate director. But yeah, I found my niche within movies and writing. That's where I'm at. Specific scene from my life or a talk. Nope, there was no, here, kid, let me tell you about movies. It's just something I've always kind of been in love with. How does one get into writing scripts and stuff that is not a nerd? Well, I'm not a nerd. I don't know anything about, I'm not a geek. I'm not even a pop culture buff. I don't, you can probably tell that by, listening to this video. I don't, every time I get a question about a particular type of media or asking me to talk about my favorite thing or what's an example of this, or you think I'm some encyclopedia of pop culture? I don't fucking know. You don't got to be a nerd, man. Just write about yourself. Write about the things that you feel and you understand. And maybe just watch some movies. Get a little inspiration in your head. Not too much. Don't just become a consumer, but watch some videos about screenplay format. Don't go to college for screenwriting. It's stupid. And yeah, that's how you do it. Are you calling me a nerd? I'm just kidding. I am kind of a nerd. How long have you been writing? Want to share any childhood script stories you wrote a long time ago? I've been writing my entire life. I don't want to share anything at this time, but like I said earlier, I certainly might one day. It's not off the table. I'm not sure how personal you want to get, but I was wondering what hobbies/interests you have outside of writing short films. Not a writer myself, but I enjoy your videos a lot. Congrats on 100K. Thank you. What do I like to do? Well, I kind of force myself to have hobbies because this is not a hobby. What I do is not a hobby. It's my entire life. It's my soul. It's my reason for existing. It's not a hobby. I get kind of mad when people call it a hobby. But I do have some hobbies. I built a garden over the summer, and I go out there every day, and I I check everything, and I put little stakes in the ground, and I wrap little t-shirt bits around them, and I pick my tomatoes, and I pick my basil, and I make bruschetta. I have a bunch of mint plants, and I make little mojitos for my roommates sometimes with my mint plants. I like doing that. I like hiking. I like running. Once in a blue moon, I'll try to write a song that no one will ever hear. I'm getting into shooting. I had never shot a gun before a week ago. And I hit the range with my brother, and that was pretty cool. I'm just trying to kind of expand that stuff. I want to do a CPR course too. I just want to learn those valuable skills. I also I really like evolutionary biology and just learning about it and learning about life, origins of life. Really freaks you out at first when you realize that you're just kind of a cobbled together flesh heap. But yeah, that's what it's all about. Thanks again. What media / works have inspired or influenced your process or style the most? Oh, stuff I've talked about. I think Game of Thrones and Tarantino just came first. It's like, oh, clever. I got to be clever. And then it was like, oh, I can really like get into my themes and shit. I can't say anything in particular got me down that road. It was more just doing my own stuff, realizing that it gets deeper than just being clever. There's more to life, more to writing than just being clever and being entertaining. Hi, Local. Love your channel, man. Keep up the spectacular work. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. What do you think is good storytelling? I don't fucking know. What I think is good is not going to be what anybody else thinks is good. What I think is good is a story that really encapsulates an element of the human experience and interrogates it. Asks an important question about it and evaluates it from all angles. Really digs into something and maybe doesn't even have an answer. How do you effectively analyze films and actually extract rules that help you from them? Well, I don't analyze films really. I just kind of like the thing is I talked about this earlier, but I don't have conscious influences. I don't deny that everything I know probably comes from other people. It's just that it all goes into a giant blender in my head, and out comes the smoothie. So I hate to just say it's an instinct, but it's kind of just a natural process. Like there's no conscious like, ooh, I'm gonna analyze this movie and see what works and what doesn't. Even like the first time I brought up the perspectives theme character method was the Avatar video. I didn't even get that from Avatar. I kind of I pulled it out of my ass and I was like, oh, this is kind of like Avatar. Maybe I should talk about it. Yeah, that's it. There's no concrete way I do that. It kind of just happens. And also, congrats on 100K. Thank you. How do you recommend someone stay passionate about their story over a long period of time when there is a lot of tedious labor required to bring it to fruition? I think you should accept that passion is fleeting and you should do the work regardless of whether you're passionate or not. Just get it done, and in the end, you'll thank yourself. If you really love it, it doesn't have to be fun. Membrillo or dulce de batata? No idea what either of those things are. What are your screenplays like and about? Do you plan to pitch any of them to studios? The modern film landscape would be amazing if all writers followed your methods, like your character formula especially. Oh, thank you. I write a lot. I like sci-fi a lot. I like sci-fi and fantasy, That's what, if my first thing will probably be like that. I definitely want to pitch some stuff eventually, but also I am just getting myself out there. I cannot expect people to pay attention to me quite yet. Give me a couple years and I will be pitching hardcore to Hollywood. Not even Hollywood. I want to do shit in the Midwest, man. If I had the power to stop time, what would I do with it? I'd probably just get ahead on all my projects and then restart time and just like go out more and have fun. Do you see the next 10 years being a film storytelling renaissance or an AI IP corporate hellscape? Or perhaps a secret third thing. It's going to be a AI corporate hellscape. I'm sorry. I hate it so much. I would describe my attitudes towards AI as genocidal. Well, I won't say all AI, like medical AI, radical, find tumors and shit. Art AI, keep it the fuck out. Art is sacred. That's like the closest thing I have to a religious belief. But that's my struggling will be in vain because corporations, they will follow the bottom line. And if they can get away with just having a robot write your next popcorn flick, your next Marvel shit, they will totally do it. And the sad thing is it'll probably be better than the stuff getting made now. What's your MBTI type? Well, if I'm like directing on set, I look an awful lot like an ENTJ. I like being out there. I don't think I'm... I think I get annoyed with people. I fuck off and do my own thing. So maybe I'm an INTJ, but also like when I got to step up and lead, like I'm there, like I'm a gangster, So it's something NTJ. What's your opinion on copyright? Personally, I say it's bullshit. We should have gotten rid of it 75 years ago at least. No, I want to own my ideas. No, I disagree. My shit is mine. You can't have it. In your eyes, what is the greatest piece of storytelling media? I don't know. I like Children of Men. I say that a lot. If I may recommend a story to you, one that I regard as the best media out there, it would be the Monogatari series. Yes, it's I told you not to recommend me shit. I'm going to hunt you down. I don't have time to get into any shows right now, and I'm definitely not going to watch the shows and then check out the novels. My goal in life is not to consume the best media. If I did that, I would never have time to work. But yeah, everybody has an opinion on that question. I can't. I just got to do my own thing. I'm pretty comfortable right now. I don't feel like I need to consume the best piece of media ever at this particular moment in time. I'm good. How is working in a writer's room or collaborating in general different from writing solo? What are the biggest challenges for you? What are the biggest benefits? How would one get past the fear of their vision of a piece being compromised? It sucks balls, man, especially since when I do my thing, I want creative control. So that's why I say I'm going to wait a while to start pitching to studios, because I desperately want creative control. And I know that studio execs can be knuckleheads for sure. So I am probably not going to get my big blockbusters made until I have the power to boss these studios around. I want to be like Christopher Nolan, where I just Warner Bros. Is just do whatever the hell you want, man. We trust you. That's what I want. So I got to prove myself before I really do that, because I'm not going to waste my awesome projects on some bitch ass motherfuckers who are just going to corrupt it. Oh, in writer's room, yeah, I do like being in a writer's room as long as somebody is in control and gets the final say. Yeah, that's important. Collaboration is great, but you need hierarchy. People don't like to admit that, but from your videos, I've gathered that you aim to analyze scripts from objective, measurable criteria. No talking about emotional responses, because that is subjective. Can a script be well created even if it evokes no emotion in the reader, and vice versa? If it evokes strong emotions, is it a sign that it is objectively well crafted? How are these two linked? They are not linked. I don't care. My grandma just she saw this painting at an art fair and just started crying, and I thought it was just a shitty painting. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if 99 out of 100 people cry during your movie. It is in no way an indicator of its objective qualities. I will say, though, I don't care about analyzing scripts anymore, really. I'm solely concerned with creating my own stuff. So, I'm not here to grade other people's work. And I'm definitely not here to tell you guys, how to think. I'm just solely concerned with being productive in my own goals, which are completely devoid of audience emotions, So personally, I don't think about that stuff. But if you do, I'm not going to say you're less than. It's just a different brain that y'all got than I do. Are you a fan of Jesus's writing? That dude wrote stuff. Did he have a Wattpad? Did he? what did he write? I take it you mean the Bible. No, I'm not really into the Bible or any of the other special books. Not my cup of bleach, man. Gotta say. Does the Snyderverse have good writing in your honest opinion? I haven't seen. Well, have I? I did watch the Snyder cut a long time ago in very small pieces. I watched it. Fuck if I know. I don't mind his the themes and the way he does stories. I will say that people didn't like Superman as this sort of well, I guess people didn't like the philosophical angles that he takes on things and the situations he presents. But I don't mind it. I don't mind exploring the idea of whether a god has an obligation to help you. I think those are valid philosophical questions, and people were not really vibing with that. But personally, I think that those are things we can talk about. Like, you shouldn't take that stuff for granted. Obviously, this is a situation that, that's never really existed. So, why not? Why not talk about it? In terms of like dialogue, I was never a fan of his dialogue. I thought it was kind of goofy. There were some exchanges like in Man of Steel that I thought were pretty great. I like his filmmaking. It's just fun to watch. I like his big old explosions and lens flares, and like it's fun. It's fun to watch Zach's movies. But I'd have to revisit like to really give my thoughts on his writing. I don't know. It's been a long time. What would you recommend to someone who has a general story premise, theme, and characters laid out, but is struggling with the in-between main story beat moments? Also, gotta say, I've been eating your content up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you've helped me so much with finding direction and writing. I can't help you enough for that. Can't thank you enough for that. Well, but main story beat moments. Well, there's got to be one. There's got to be one thing you really want to happen, right? What's your ending plan? You gotta. Don't you have that, or are you just you're just doing my steps verbatim? I mean, I usually count on the idea that somebody has like some idea of a moment or a beat that they want to explore later down the line, and then you can sort of slot the thematic character angle into that. It could just be good to just throw a dart at the wall. Just say, well, I just as an experiment, be like, all right. Let's say Sally is gonna die. Like, what? All right, so let's find a way for Sally to die, and let's like just experiment with that. If you really have no idea what like the second half of your thing would look like. But I definitely should put some more thought into plotting and maybe make a video about it, because that could be cool. I'm not sure if I've seen you reference it, but are you familiar with Joseph Campbell's hero's journey? And if so, how do you feel about narrative theories? Further, do you have a preference between structuralism and post-structuralism as they pertain to film and TV? I don't have any problem with narrative theories because I do narrative theories. That's my entire channel, is just me making up narrative theories. So I've definitely heard of the hero's journey. I think it works with a very specific kind of protagonist, but obviously that's not. It's just the Luke Skywalkers. It's just the just the noble hero types. So yeah, it's useful in that context, but I don't think it's really broad enough to be considered as the all-encompassing sort of theory it is. It's for a very specific kind of character. I don't really know much about structuralism and post-structuralism. I'm just going to take a wild guess and say I'm into structuralism because I'm a structure guy, but maybe that's not even the way those terms are supposed to be used. So who knows? What do you recommend for a new channel that teaches writing? Well, since I'm trying to eliminate any direct competitors, I think that you should, I think you should just give your takes, and you should talk really, really slowly, and you should make a bunch of contradictions, and you should have a really, really long intro. You should ask your subscribers or viewers to like and subscribe right at the beginning before they even know if they enjoy your content. You should use a really horrible quality microphone. You should have a giant neck beard that you just flaunt at the camera. You should have a bunch of action figures behind you. You should have some like 2000s ass intro music font, some stupid logo. You should have like a channel name that has the dumbest name ever. Just use a bunch of really cliche words, like some combination of Marvel, DC, fan, something like that, and you should just talk about how you felt and never actually get into any real structural critique of any kind. You should never go beyond basically talking about, your takes and what you like and what you think movies should be like. You should just relentlessly praise Top Gun Maverick, just like over and over and over again. You should be like, no, that's a real movie. You should just rant about Hollywood and how they're so immoral and they have the wrong messages. And you wish you could go back to the old days when movies were good. Don't forget that. That's a big one. Yeah. And you definitely should not subscribe to my Patreon, where I have a whole class that teaches how to make video essays. Maybe you already talked about it some in the Avatar video, but I would like to hear more about how to make the audience feel invested, care, and keep things feeling serious without the absurdity of a situation setting in. Immersion and suspension of belief, preventing tonal whiplash. I'm just slurring so many words. Melodrama, etc. In before you say the answer is consistency. No, the answer is I don't care. Really, I don't. I don't care if the audience cares or not. I just say that over and over again. You're like, what would you? Like, I don't give a shit. Sorry. I write for me. I guess in a certain sense, like I am the audience, and so if I can make myself care, that maybe is a way to think about it. I think consistency is it. I think in general, you don't want to lampshade. You don't just want to call attention to the absurdity, because that's not going to fix it. I think full send is typically the answer. I'm not ashamed of my goofiness and the premises I do. I'm not like, oh, I'm just a guy with a bow and arrow. It's like, I can't believe there's a 40-foot tall robot. No, just let it happen. Let people react the way they would react, but don't be too self-aware, man. But other than that, I can't think of anything specific tactic-wise as for making the audience care. We all talk about our artistic and writing influences on film scripts, favorite movies, favorite shows, anime you haven't watched, yada yada. But which YouTubers have been your biggest influences in making this channel? Are there any YouTubers you hesitate to admit influenced you? Well, biggest influences, probably Macabre Storytelling and JXE. I always say those are my big two, as for, you guys, you maybe want to be a YouTuber. I love your videos so much. Probably the only two I watch regularly, honestly. Hesitate to admit, I think I had to go through my super objective boy, hardcore critique, Mauler phase, just for a little bit, before I realized, this is cool, but what if I took a brand like this and actually made it do productive things, figuring out how to write and then writing stuff and helping the community around me get better at writing. So that whole kind of, the objective sort of, this is good and this is bad and here's why. I went through that phase. I'm just not in it anymore. And that was a big YouTube community. It still is, just the rage. And it can be fun. I'm not going to say oh, it's toxic. The negativity is seeping into me. That's not, I don't care. I love a good rant, but it's just not super productive. Have you ever acted in a short film or in school or whatever? Yeah, I've acted a few times. I love acting. It's fun. It's a nice little change up from what I normally do, because I get so hung up on this stuff. Sometimes it's nice to just act. It's it's like drinking a glass of cold water when you're 18 beers deep. How can you tell when a character thinks/says/does something in one story that it's the character and not the author using a mouthpiece for something that doesn't fit the narrative? Well, I think it's pretty clear when something doesn't fit the narrative. If the character would do it, then it's the character. If the character wouldn't do it, that's a contrivance, So consistency, yeah. If it's consistent with everything else you've established, that's a good sign that that it is truly an in-universe thing and not just the writer, splooging. But otherwise, yeah, it's very sploogey, I'd say. I practically don't have any world building or story writing questions, since they're all quite well answered in your videos. So here goes a big one. I want to know your personal take on this one. How would you fix Game of Thrones Season 8? Well, It's not just Season 8, that's the thing. I think I would have to start all the way with Season 5. That's where actually, no. The final episode of Season 4 is when it went off the rails. By, what the hell is that noise? It's landscaping stuff outside. Yeah, you'd have to take it all the way back to basically the halfway point of the show. I'm just going to reference Macabre Storytelling, because he has a great series of rewrites for each character, and I agree with most of them. Mainly, it involves Danny going insane. I would kind of just change his Season 8 plan. There's a lot of stuff that I would keep the same about his rewrite, but I would not. I would have the Night King basically wipe out everybody at the end, I think, and maybe have Jon kill the Night King, but it's in vain. So all of the politics would be kind of the way that Macabre does them, but like, yeah, no happy ending, no let's do democracy, just a giant, hopeless end for everything. That's how I would do it. You've said that much of your work is post-apocalyptic. I was wondering why you think this might be, because the post-apocalyptic setting allows you to justify smaller and efficient casts of thematic characters, or are there more specific themes associated with the setting genre that you're naturally attracting to? Well, I think it just allows me to trim down the unnecessary clutter of the world. So I can just tell a story in one city and not have to worry about, oh, how would this factor into like international or different cultures and something. Like, I don't have to worry about it, I just shave off everything. Like that post-apocalyptic storytelling is efficiency. You get rid of basically all of society, all of structure, and then you just keep the bits you want, whether that's, people on the road or it's whole societies. It just allows you to strip down everything and build it back up exactly the way you want to, with the added benefit of a pretty rad aesthetic. Also, since coming up with your theme and viewpoints method, have you found it easier or more difficult to work with other writers on collaborative projects, especially when they use different writing methods? No, because they usually agree with me and they hear my points that I make and they're like, oh, wow, I never thought of that. Occasionally I get one client or collaborator who's like really dead set on their, they're like writing with vibes and just like, oh, well, this scene, I just like it because, it's super like emotional. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's your prerogative. I'm not going to make people kind of, conform to this idea that I have. Again, my thing is not a system for grading. It is a system for creating. But yeah. No, there's disagreements from time to time. Also, well done on reaching 100K. You really deserve it. Don't let anything else tell you otherwise. Thank you. What is your advice for someone who's afraid to start writing because they think they won't be able to properly articulate what they want to write? Well, I guess be rational about it. What do you stand to lose? Oh, what if I can't write well? Then you can't write well. It begins and ends with you. You might as well try. Failure in this case is just a failure to please yourself. Nobody else is watching. It's just you versus you. You don't have to beat yourself down over that, it's a challenge. And you're not going to do well the first time you try to do this. It takes a long time to train your brain. So just might as well get started now, If you could alter the universe to cause one specific piece of media to be written differently / more competently, which piece of media would it be and what would you change? Game of Thrones, bar none. Basically the entire second half, like I was saying earlier, just gutted. Again, I will reference the Macabre storytelling rewrite because it's good. He has like Jaime kill the Night King at the end or some other stupid shit like that. But otherwise, he has a really great breakdown of all the characters and potential different paths they could have taken. And I think it's very smart. I think he's good at that stuff. What is a good way to think about how to structure a series, like say an epic fantasy series, for someone who isn't knowledgeable on story structure? Well, again, I don't think you should be stretching things out unnecessarily. So you have an idea of how a character is going to change within each installment. Don't write the first one and then think of the second one as just a sequel you tack on with no planning. Like, it is all one story, A series is one story. So plan the whole thing out before you write it. At least have like a very comprehensive outline that you're very sure about before you even write a single page of that thing. Favorite director? Probably James Cameron, just as a dude, I think there are other directors who I I guess I appreciate like their vision a little more, but he's just that dude. You know, Cameron is just that motherfucker. He's just the most innovative, hardest working. You know, just bringing people together, making an awesome thing, pushing the limits. I love that about him. It's my dog. Thanks for what you do. Could you elaborate more on philosophical conflicts for characters? Appreciate this and more power to you. Well, philosophy is never just a conversation about philosophy. I think that's important to remember. Like, usually it's not just two characters talking about their differences. That's pretty rare. Usually they're talking about something. So it's not just about we have different philosophies. It's we are both presented with a situation, and because of our different philosophies, we have a different way. We have different ways that we want to solve it. You know. So a philosophy is just kind of a guiding principle. It's not literally the point of the character to just sit around and say their opinions. Have all the stories and imagination of the world. Can't quite get myself to write the actual chapters. I just write plot and random scenes. How do I fix this? Well, don't write random scenes, you know. Figure out how it begins. World building is kind of cheap on its own, I will say. I don't think... Like, I think some people actually have a really good picture of their world, and some people just, like, really feel like they know their world. They really feel immersed in it. But when they actually have to quantitatively, like, break it down, they don't know shit. So make sure you are indeed one of those people who knows the world rather well, first of all. And you say you have all the stories. I mean, clearly, if this is all true, then you must have a pretty comprehensive outline. Start at the beginning, you know? Start at the beginning. And if it's a motivation issue, I can't help you with that. Just grit your teeth and do it. Doesn't have to be fun. Just get that first draft, you know? If I finish my poetry book, would you ever critique it for me? I have no idea how to critique poetry. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, I don't think I would critique a poetry book. I don't think I would know how to critique a poetry book. I don't have a poetry brain, you know. I'm not a person who thinks in even loosely poetic terms. It's just not me. You mentioned once that you are an arcane writer. Oh, this... No. Are you actually a writer for the show Arcane, or do you mean something else by that? No, God, no, Jesus Christ. There's like 0.001% of my viewers interpreted my figurative language during the dialogue video as me literally claiming to have written Arcane. And if you actually listen to that whole segment, it's very clear that I'm not talking about it as an insider. But I'm personifying myself in that way. So it's like, if I'm writing Arcane, what am I going to do? It's just kind of like that, you know? Or like if I'm talking about like Julius Caesar, I'd be like, so if I want to become the emperor, who do I have to kill? Like, it's like that. But some people interpreted that as me literally claiming to have written the show, which I'm not even going to like apologize for. It's very clear that I wasn't saying that. If you actually like listen to the video, I was putting myself in the shoes of a person who was writing that show. You think I would like flex about the show if I, Jesus Christ, no. It says, what projects have you worked on and which will you say you are the proudest of? I don't know, I'm really proud of my short films. You know, I'm really proud of bringing people together and getting that shit done. Do you have any filmmaking experience in and out of the writing world? Any short films you could share or tidbits of projects from the past? I could. You're going to have to dig for them, though. I'm not going to market that shit out in the open like this, you know? I've had a few, but, you know, it's not something I really want to get into. What films are your guilty pleasures? Which films do you wholly acknowledge are terrible in basically every aspect, but still some of your favorites despite or even because of that fact? Transformers 2007 is always my answer to that. Because it's just so well made. Like, Jesus. The writing is just blah. The world building in that entire series, blah, blah. It's just the lore just like trips over itself over and over again. But damn, like, you know, it's like shot on film. Like, the CGI is better than the CGI in the new ones. The camera work is extremely thoughtful. The acting, for what it is, it's solid. You buy it because, you know, they're really, it's not like self-aware. Like, whoa, that's a giant robot. mean, there's a little bit of that, but like their reactions, their emotions, they react to this shit like it's really happening. And a lot of care was taken to make the Transformers actually feel like an alien race instead of just giant toys walking around, which I think one of the merits of those movies that were looked over. You know, because everybody just wants their G1. I want my boxy, stupid looking, cardboard guy instead of an actual. This is what an alien would look like. Yeah, could go on about that forever, but. What movies do you think are critically acclaimed, universally loved, but you personally can't stand? Oh, I don't know. I almost like threw up my mouth watching 2001. Like, I'm sure, yeah, it's awesome, it's great. This is like why I don't really watch like all of the movies that the film buffs tell you. Oh, you gotta watch 10 movies. You gotta watch. I know I'm not gonna like them. Like, I don't give a shit. And it's just gonna suck up a bunch of my time. Yeah, 2001 is definitely the one that comes to mind first. Concerning dialogue, it's one thing for two or more characters to argue opposing positions, but how do I make them sound and reason differently for myself? I want to understand how to distinguish characters so they don't all argue in the same way. Some would be deep, some blatant, some both, some structured, some chaotic. What footwork would you use to achieve something believable? I would just cast different actors because I'm a screenwriter, but it sounds like you're not. It sounds like you're trying to write prose, so I can't really help you with that. It's not what I do, man. I have known nothing about writing fiction. It's not really my game. I'm not sure if you talked about this in a video, but was there a trigger event that led to your thematic method of storytelling? I'm fascinated by it and would love to know more about your process from beginning to end. No, there was no trigger event. I just kind of came up with it. It definitely brewed in my head for a while before I decided to do it in the Avatar video. And then after that, it sort of just took off, and I putting it into words, every time I talk about it, I feel like I get better about talking about it. Also, would you be willing to share your process? I would love, how you move from development into drafting and then a script and then into filming. Yeah, I think I might do that actually. I've been thinking about that for a while, but I think I might actually document myself creating a script in real time just to show people that's what's up, How is the Q&A going so far? Well, we're like 4-ish hours into it, maybe. I don't know. I've been doing it in parts because I'm not going to put myself through that for no reason. So I've just been doing little half-hour chunks over the course of the last week. I'd say it's going pretty well. I just get a lot of the same questions, and I'm sure I sound kind of boring and lethargic, but anybody who's watching this is down for my personality and probably does not give a shit, so... Got my Gatorade bottle full of water because I lost my water bottle. Yeah, no, I'm having a great day. How much progress have you made in your own personal projects outside of YouTube? Not as much as I'd like to. That's why I'm kind of slowing down on YouTube because YouTube is just a means to an end. I'm not just satisfied being an online content creator. Like, I want more. I want bigger. I want so. Yep, no, I'm always moving up, and YouTube is going to slow down. Like, I'm never going to stop making YouTube videos, not in the foreseeable future, but I'm definitely going to put more focus on my other work. They're not personal projects any more than YouTube is a personal project. It's not about me getting my little art done. It's about me building up my career and building up my shit, Other than James Cameron, who would you most like to be stuck in an elevator with? Bill Hader. Did you ever imagine getting to 100,000 subs? Yeah, I imagined it. I imagine getting to 1 million now. It's just like, I don't think I've ever been like super excited about the sub count since like that initial boost where I got up to like 17,000 in a week from nothing. Like that, I was like super happy back then, just the incredulity of it. But now it's just kind of like, oh yeah, I can see the momentum. I can see the progress. I am very thankful for everyone who's supported me. But certainly the surprise of it is gone, I think as soon as I hit like 30,000, I'm like, oh, well, if I keep growing at this rate, I'm going to get up to 100,000. I'm going to get up to 200,000. So, yeah. If there's any advice you could give yourself pre-Avatar video, what would it be? Well, I wouldn't want to alter the course of history so as to not have that video blow up. It's definitely like, take a little more care with my scripts, get everything real tidy, but don't sacrifice that swag, that entertainment value. Do you ever get imposter syndrome when talking to other creatives? No, not really. I think the first couple times I mean, this is long ago, but when I first started meeting people in the industry, there was a sense of that. Like when I was in high school, just like meeting directors, meeting people who work in the industry. I'm like, oh, like you're one of the names from the credits of movies. Just like in a general sense, like I couldn't wrap my head around it. But once you understand that everybody in the film industry, they're just people, just like you. They're not these. I don't even know how to describe it because I've been out of that fog for so long, but there's nothing special about famous people. There's really not. And I can say that, and it might fall on deaf ears, but truly, there is not. Could you imagine yourself being anything other than a writer? I don't know. When I was a little kid, I wanted to be an inventor because I thought that was a thing that people were. Like, I'm just going to be an inventor, and I'm going to make gadgets and stuff. But then I realized I had absolutely no engineering skill, math skill, like anything like that. I'm good at like rhetoric and narrative, and I'm good at talking. And I love being a writer. I don't want to be anything else except maybe a leader of writers, a community organizer who kind of unites people under our shared art form and then does some good with that. That's kind of the idea. Oh, also like a post-apocalyptic warlord would be really cool. Any advice for someone wanting to get into the industry? You mentioned being a PA on a film set. How did you get access to that? Yeah, that's the advice is PA on a film set. Get on sets, meet people. No matter how many student films you do or whatever, it's not going to compare to an actual industry environment. How did I get access to that? Well, I just knew a guy who knew a guy who worked in the industry. Didn't even get me a job on one of his sets. It was just like, hey, my friend's a location manager for this HBO thing. When we connect you to him, and I'm like, hell yeah. You just got to be persistent. I showed up for this interview with this location manager. They're like a half hour early. I'm just upfront about my experience. He's like, that's cool. You're just going to pick up trash for like 7 weeks. It was brutal, but I did it. It's just a giant uphill curve. I had a lot of anxiety the entire time. And I didn't even have time to process the anxiety because it was just more anxiety piling on top of itself. And it was just an extremely stressful time for those first few weeks. I was just terrified of making mistakes, didn't know anything. Just had to learn all this new terminology, had to unlearn things that I had been learning, incorrectly in my student film shit. Which is why you definitely need to get on an industry set. Just don't like network. Just network at the after party. Network off the clock. Don't try to connect with people while you're there working. It's been a great joy to watch your channel grow the way it has. I think I can speak for a lot of us when I say I've become a better writer because of you. Every time I watch one of your videos, it makes me want to pull out my computer and write. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Out of curiosity, have you considered making a video on the WGA strike and AI writing? Considering how mainstream this knowledge has become, I think if you made a video about your perspective on the situation, it could do as well as the dialogue video. I don't know. It sounds pretty political. I don't think that it really have anything. That doesn't have anything to do with writing. Like I'm not going to talk about that because that's just like I support the WGA. Like there's nothing but good in that for me and for my community of writers. I don't mess with AI. But would I make a video about that? No, probably not, unless I really felt that it was, I really had to cross that line. But I prefer not to do this industry politics stuff on my channel. Are you currently in a relationship, or are you one of us thriving single lads? Well, I'm not in a relationship. I don't know if I guess I am thriving in my own sort of way, but do I like being a single lad? I don't know. I think in our culture, you're supposed to pretend to prefer being alone, which is kind of stupid. Like I think even the most healthy, stable people can be like, oh yeah, it'd be cool if I was in a happy relationship right now. That's not like an insane thing to say. I don't like this kind of sense that like, oh, you're supposed to prefer being alone, and somebody has to come along and really get you out of your shell and out of your independence because you're just so independent, and it's got to be the perfect person to like. And if you're like that, that's fine, but like, it's okay to just like date and want to be in a relationship. Jesus Christ. And we're all gonna pretend to be these mysterious independent types. Like, it's kind of baked into our monkey brains that we need community and relationships and stuff. So fuck out of here. Good question though. Whatever you're doing with the Minecraft footage, I think it's working. You have my respect. Yeah, dude, I just do weird shit. There's that one guy who used to comment every time I did Minecraft. He'd be like, I love your channel, but you have to stop with the Minecraft. Oh, it's just so childish. I'm like, you, sir, are the reason I'm going to keep doing the Minecraft. I'm jank forever, bro. I will never have stupid, sparkly little intro graphics, like a stupid fucking song, and like my ring light, and no, I'm gonna be jank forever. I am never gonna have polished professional YouTuber bullshit, because I don't want that. That's my brand, Who would you consider to be the writers who have influenced your writing the most? Bop, bop, beep, beep, beep. Again, I have trouble with conscious inspirations. Like, I admit that, like, yeah, everything I know probably comes from sucking up other media, but I write my video essays like Dawkins. I've been saying that for a minute. Just like my glib globs and my stupid, made up scenarios. That's all textbook Dawkins. In terms of actual writing, though, I don't know. I'm kind of a Frankenstein of a million different parts that I can't really identify. Like I said, I had a little Tarantino phase at the beginning there, but I think I grew out of that. I'm trying to do deeper themes and shit now, Yeah, I'm not sure. Going to start my first screenwriting classes soon. Any advice for beginners? Yeah, drop out. Is it the story or is it how you tell the story? What kind of question is that even? I don't know, dude. Like, what? I mean, the story. Yeah. Like, on one hand, like, that's kind of a weird question, but I see maybe what you're going for, or maybe I'm interpreting, too much out of this. I think in terms of canon and execution. So I think of like, the story itself, basically all told, series of events connecting this and that. And then the execution phase is the actual art where you turn it into a screenplay or whatever. The first part of that is definitely more important to me. But like, is it the story or how you tell the story? I don't know. If it is what is that the most important thing? I don't know. You're kind of talking in like armchair philosopher geek speak. I don't really know what you're getting at there, but that's definitely my 2 cents on it. What fundamentally makes a story good? Fucking, I don't know. There's no such thing as a good story. I know what I like, but there's no universal definition of that. To me, what I go for is a thorough exploration of an idea, and an accurate depiction of the human experience in the context of that idea. Documentarian of human consciousness, that type of thing. Why do people like stories? I think it's a lot of different reasons. I think for some people there's a serious parasocial element to it, where like they really care about fictional characters in the same way that they care about real people. And for other people, they take a more, like, they really like it just purely for entertainment value. For other people, they see it as a craft, kind of like I do. So it's like, I'm not attached to stories. It varies from person to person, though. What do you think of CJ the X on YouTube? I think they're okay. I haven't watched any of their videos in a minute. I remember thinking, like, this dude ain't got to be talking this much. That was my initial kind of impression, but I don't know. Definitely, I like, I don't mind rambling, but I think too much rambling and not enough conclusions, just exploring a topic, but never really boiling it down sufficiently is something I'm always afraid of. So if I remember CJ correctly, they're very much a rambler, very much a talk for 30 minutes about a thing. And I try to avoid that at all costs. And I can't really say if they do it well, but I will say that's not really my style. I try to keep it super concise, as quick as I can. Oftentimes, even if that means cutting corners in terms of semi-important details, really just getting to the heart of it, because I'm a marketing dude at heart, you know. But yeah, no hate on CJ. I just, from what I know about their style, it's just not really my thing. What are your biggest icks with the way romance is written? I don't know. Something that annoys me is the two loners find each other trope. I feel like a lot of my clients come in with these and like, oh, yep, anime profile picture, loners fall in love with each other. Yep, I know. That's it, you know. It seems to be mildly self-insert-ish, and I just think it's not very dynamic. Because in a lot of these cases, it's like, oh, they just have each other and they're just so alone and depressed, but they love each other and they found each other and now they don't have to be afraid anymore. It's just like, Jesus Christ. It's not different people in relationships. I'm doing a giant video on this, but they have to both bring something to the table. Like if they're just equally dull and equally unambitious in the whole thing, it just doesn't work as well. Like you typically have someone who's a pursuer, someone who's an aggressor, you know. But it's a topic I got to get deeper into later down the line, so I'll cut it off there. What was your path to doing what you do now? I got into screenwriting from an early love of storytelling, and then into being a DM before becoming a screenwriter. What path did you take? Well, I just started making videos on YouTube, and then I started saying I was a screenplay consultant, and then people started paying me to consult on their screenplays and referring me to their friends, and before I knew it, I was like getting real industry work, you know, so that's how that go. How do you make a story feel dramatic? You just make it dramatic. You make it dynamic. You just have, you know, different perspectives, give people real reasons to get into conflict with each other. Conflict is drama. There's nothing but conflict. Everything is conflict. How did you keep up with writing when you weren't financially independent? Well, I mean, when I was younger, I had the support of my parents. Like I don't come from like a rich family, but you know, it's like 2-parent household, you know, dual income, pretty like middle of the road, middle class, living in middle of Ohio, where mortgages, housing prices, rent, all that is pretty low. So yeah, I definitely had a good support system when I was little, and that allowed me to kind of branch out and be creative. I also worked jobs that I could just stand there and be stupid. So I wasn't like coding or anything. I was just like standing behind the counter at Home Depot. And if I wasn't working, you know, doing stuff with my hands, or even sometimes when I was, my mind could just get lost in my stories. So I could get a lot of work done at my dumb jobs, or my like construction or my landscaping jobs. So I think a big mistake, like you don't want to do a job that exhausts you. I mean, you want to do a job that maybe physically exhausts you, but mentally, you have room to plan your creative projects. You know, there's got to be some overlap there. And that definitely helped. What makes an acceptable and understandable ending of either tragic or comedic stories? Well, I mean, tragedy and comedy, I don't know why they get used in the same sentence, because tragic has to do with the subject matter and comedy has to do with the tone. I don't really like comedy. I've never really written comedy. But everything I write could be categorized as tragedy. Like I love dark endings, killing off characters. I think with tragedy, there has to be kind of a dark irony to it. You have to show that, oh, this character could have gotten out of the position they're in now, except they didn't because of their vice, their flaw, you know? Would you rather lose your sense of humor or your short-term memory? Probably my sense of humor. Yeah, I'm not like a super like laughy person, so I can do without that. The Be Real. Fucking hate that thing. Um, how many drinks have you gone through since starting this Q&A? Well, I've been doing this in parts because I'm not about to break off the ridiculous challenge of doing it all at once for absolutely no reason. That would be totally draining. Since I started this like a week ago, I've probably gone out a few times. I had a beer with Drew the other day. Maybe I'd say like 7 or 8 drinks. What is it like interacting with clients in your consultations? Is there anything you've learned? Best and worst takeaways? I think I have learned that there is an ideal sweet spot for when you should seek help. From anybody, you know, and this applies to me too. When you feel like you have a general sense of the characters, you have a general sense of the plot, you have some scenes figured out, and you still have a little bit of upward momentum, but the moment you hit a roadblock, reach out. Because if you hit a roadblock and then you just sit with it for like 3 years, it's going to be a lot harder for somebody to break past your shell. But if you keep it fluid, keep it in motion, that's cool. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have people who just come in with vague ideas, and I never make much progress with them either because usually they can't commit to any one particular idea. Like they just like it all. They just have a general sense of passion for the project, but there's not one particular plot beat or something that they're really attached to. They're just like, oh, I don't know. I was just thinking, what if I did a story about a girl who lived in a... Oh, it's like, what's her name? It's like, I don't know. I was going to figure that out later. It's like, what's the plot? What do you like about this? Do you like this one? Do you like the other one? And then on the other end of the spectrum are the people who come in with like fully formed drafts, fully like their story is like already sewed together, and it has a million problems with it, and basically like I have to read through this entire thing to find the problems. Just a waste of time. Should have come to me a year ago when you were blocking this thing out. So there's a sweet spot there, where you as a creator have expended all of your power, but it hasn't gotten stale yet. There's a level of wisdom in finding that, I think. Is there a story behind why you use the digital painting tool you use to illustrate your videos? Nope, it's just MS Paint, and I think it's funny, so I use it. What's something you worked on you wish got more love / attention? Probably the world building video, honestly. How did you learn what you know about storytelling? I don't know. I think just being in writers' rooms and talking to other writers, watching YouTube essays, critiques, things I liked about them, things I didn't like about them, getting past the esoteric kind of feeling of being a consumer. Like, once you get past that hump of like, I am just a widow consumer and I have my arms outstretched for Papa Disney to give me content. Once you get past that psychological roadblock, and you realize that, the people making this shit, they're all just people just like me. These characters are fake. They were created in labs. I think that's super helpful. I think a lot of people haven't gotten through that yet, because they still say shit like, we should just be grateful. We should be grateful for the new Transformers movie. Like, fuck off. A few questions. As an independent scriptwriter, did you also do the directing, blocking, sound, props, etc. for your short films? Yes. I have so much help, obviously. Like, it's always a community. It's always a collaboration, but I have a hand in all these departments, yeah. Will you be going over your short film and giving both the self-critique as well as a sort of director's commentary on scene choice, layout, all the extra nitty-gritty that went into making it happen? Maybe. I'd like to someday, but I'm not sure. For the D&D video you did, what programs were you using to create the map of the world? Procreate. Do you recommend any software for outlining and organizing your work? No, I think these outlining softwares, they're just stupid and gimmicky. I use a legal pad. That's what I do all my shit on. I just like, it's this program and I'm sitting here at my desk with my fucking million monitors and I have all these boxes with lines connected. Like, Jesus Christ, just whiteboard, piece of paper, sticky. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, you don't got to do that. They're playing you. Maybe it helps for you. I don't know. That stuff doesn't help for me. is that it for that one? Yep. How long do your screenplays usually take to write up on computer after you finish your outlining process? I can get it done pretty quick. I wrote a feature-length draft in 3 days because I'm crazy. But I wouldn't recommend that, obviously. I think give it 2 weeks. You can write a draft in 2 weeks if you know exactly what you're doing. Do you often find that you have to go back to your outline and make changes once you begin the actual writing process? Occasionally, something will have slipped through my filters, and I'll realize, oh shit, this made sense on the outline, but now that I'm writing it, I'm realizing it doesn't actually make sense. So that does happen from time to time. And when it does, I usually stop and go right back to brainstorming mode. Congrats on 100K. What was the most formative moment in your writing career? It'd be cool to hear your perspective if you had a leap of faith or epiphany in any way around your process, the academic world, or YouTube in general. Just pretty much Frank, is a high school film camp director. He had us write these big episode scripts, and then he had us cut them in half, basically, and then he had us cut them in half again, and just learning how to be efficient. That was really cool. I think for YouTube, it was realizing that it's not just random chance; that there are actual factors you can use to make your odds better. Not even odds, just it's a game, And so I did the Avatar video very strategically. I was sitting on it for months. I put it out once the Way of Water marketing was getting really hot because I knew that the algorithm would pick it up, and it did, and I got exactly what I wanted. Thoughts on The Leftovers? Never seen it. How can people share their scripts with you? That whole service started when I was a much smaller channel, so it used to be kind of just this super loose email, set up a consultation thing, but there are literal thousands of people who want to do this with me now, and I knew what I was getting into. I was like, yep, if my channel keeps growing, this is going to be unsustainable, and I did it anyway, and I don't regret it. But at the moment, consultations are closed to the general public. If you're industry, I'll talk, but I just can't just spend all my time reviewing other people's stuff. I'm sorry. How do you establish a good conflict/motive for your protagonist? I have the themes and the setting, yet it's embarrassing how difficult it can be to grasp the main conflict in line with everything else to get the story unfolding organically with good pacing. Well, how do you have the characters and the setting and the themes without... I mean, I get that, but you don't have a motive for your protagonist. That doesn't make sense. You need to figure that out first. You don't have a protagonist. You have nothing. You don't have characters. Your protagonist needs a motive. Your protagonist is their motive. So get that down, I don't know how to do it. You just got to come up with one that you like. It's not really some fairy dust I got for you there. It's just kind of yep, come up with a motive that you like and reevaluate everything else from there. Sometimes you're going to have to kill some darlings. You're not going to be able to have your setting that you came up with before your protagonist motivation, Where do you plan to go with this whole YouTube thing? Well, YouTube is a means to an end. I want to be the god emperor of the film industry. That's the plan. So I'm just I'm taking the best route I can, most viable route, which is YouTube. This is the biggest platform I've ever had. So yeah, we're getting there. But I don't just I'm not content just being a little YouTuber guy. I want more. How do you incorporate the setting into a story in meaningful ways? You guys love the setting. I don't know. Well, setting is just a place where things happen. By meaningful, I guess you mean emotionally, thematically meaningful. You can distill a city down into kind of, what the city sort of represents, maybe. Things that happen in the city, it has ghosts. It's like Gotham and crime and justice. It's sort of, Gotham has meaning because of the things that have happened and have been happening in Gotham. So it's not like the setting itself has character. It's the setting has scars. The setting has trauma. The setting has things have happened here that are bad, that have a lingering effect. That's how I think about that. Do you recommend any screenwriting exercises? No, that stuff never helped me. It's we're going to give you a random prompt and you're going to write a short story in 5 minutes. No, I don't do that stuff. Nope, no screenwriting exercises. Just get right into it. Get right into your project. Don't waste time. What is narrative framing and why is it an important device? Hey, I didn't say it was an important device. You did. I don't think it's an important device. Framing is just like saying, oh, this is the character you're supposed to root for and this is the bad guy. But I don't really think like that. I just tell the story, you know? And I don't try to make any particular character more root forable, you know? So I don't think that's super important to me. It is important to other people, but I don't really care who the audience sides with. That's I just don't think of stories in that way. How do you do setup and payoff? Well, I don't think of it in terms of setup and payoff. I think of it in terms of causality and in terms of domino effect, right? So it's not about planting one thing earlier and then having it pay off, because that'll just look like a setup when it's happening. It's just about one event leading into the other. So I would try to avoid the mindset of setup and payoff, because on some level, yeah, like when I talked about Avatar, like introducing like the animals, you know, organically throughout the plot, so that when they come in at the end, it was like, oh shit. But in a broader story sense, like your big twist shouldn't be a payoff. It should just be the result of things that happened earlier. You know, you need an unbroken chain of cause and effect. How to create meaningful conflict that develops the characters and their arcs while fitting into the progression of the plot all at once. Well, that's a mouthful. Meaningful conflict that develops the characters and their arcs. Well, the conflict is the plot. You know, that's you don't have a plot until you figure out what your conflict is. So I would scrap the idea that you're trying to connect character and plot. You don't have a plot, because the conflict is the plot. Beyond that, I can't really say much. I don't really know. It's just a lot. It's a very general question. How do you know when you've overexpanded the scope of the story? Well, I don't think there's a such thing as that. I do think people expand too quickly before they actually have a story, and so they have these giant worlds that basically like mean nothing, because they don't have characters and they don't have themes and they don't have anything. So they just end up with a very detailed backdrop for a very, very nothing story. But if your shit is solid, you know, just go for it. You know, it's cool to have a giant expanding world when your story is, you know, purposeful. And I will say that though, like in terms of the actual contents of the story, make sure every scene, every moment, every line means something. If you're just doing these giant set pieces because you think they're fun, it's not a great reason to justify having them, you know? How do you consistently challenge a character's core belief throughout the story without rehashing? Well, I think you challenge it in different ways. So maybe one thing coming from an enemy, you know, it's easy for them to reject it. But then when the same sentiment comes from the love interest, you're like, oh, well, now I'm hearing it from a completely different place. So find different things that can challenge. You know, maybe the environment challenges the character's core belief. Maybe an event of random chance challenges the character's core belief. Maybe a development like, you know, having a child makes the character question their core belief. New perspectives, new experiences, yada yada. Hi, love your shit. Did you ever study theater when discovering that? Did you ever study theater when discovering that you wanted to be a screenwriter? If so, what authors do you like? No, never studied theater. Never was really into theater. What authors do I like? I don't know. I don't really read fiction. I like Richard Dawkins. I like how he talks about evolutionary biology. But yeah, I don't read a lot of books. How do you get out of writer's block? Well, I just kind of, I make a lot of my work procedural, so there is that element of like, oh, I need creativity, I need inspiration. But in terms of like getting the words on the page, since I already have my outline, I can just do that regardless of how inspired I feel. You know, it's just kind of a just running the numbers, kind of just a assembly line, and then I'll come back and do a glamour pass later. But there's no getting out of writer's block. You just got to sit with it. In terms of like your general story ideas phase, you just have to sit with it. That doesn't mean ignore it. That doesn't mean like do nothing. It means literally sit there and do and actively think. But don't punish yourself or pressure yourself to have ideas. That's not going to work. Just set time aside for your mind to kind of ponder. Do you have any script writing book? Oh, another thing. I liked writing my outline out over and over and over again until I have a breakthrough. That's another thing I do. So if something isn't working, I'll usually just start writing the outline like several times until something comes to me. Do you have any script writing book recommendations for beginner to advanced script writer? Yeah, don't read that shit. From what I've read, it's all pretty useless. They're just these guys who write these. They're just these giant pop culture heads. They're just obsessed with Jaws and Star Wars and stuff. It's not going to get you anywhere. If life was a beach, would I eat the sand? Yes. What is your opinion? The worst written TV show / movie of all time / movie. Sorry, it's so hot in my room right now. Just the AC at my lease doesn't work, and my roommates don't care, but I'm in like the hottest room. You're awesome, by the way. Thank you. The worst written thingy ever. Well, Game of Thrones season 8 and 7 and a lot of 6 and a lot of 5. The second half of Game of Thrones is pretty atrocious, but I think it's only so atrocious to me because the first half was so good. But that's got to be my answer. I can't think of anything else. What's your end goal with your screenwriting profession? I want to be like the John Wick of ghostwriters. I want people to like call me in like I'm some like super expensive asset. I do it like twice a year, make all the money I need, and then I spend the rest of my time maybe teaching other people how to write. Like I'd like to do that. I'd like to have like a camp with kids and I teach them how to do this. Yeah. Have you ever written something that went viral or got close to being viral? I mean, I have a video with close to 1 million views. That's pretty close. That's pretty viral. Other than that, not really. How would you react if you woke up to find the entire world has forgotten you exist and there is no record of your existence as whatsoever aside the bed you woke up in and you yourself? I think I would punch a wall and then get to work. Thoughts on Star Wars prequels? They're great. Still kind of working on a video, but it's just really taking its time. Have you watched the Clone Wars, either Gendy's or Filoni's? No Gendy's, yes Filoni's. If so, what are your thoughts? I thought it was pretty scattered. Like there's some really great arcs, but also there's some stuff I'm just like, what the hell is this? Hi, your dialogue video lives rent-free in my head, and I really enjoy how you wrote Philip and Kima. The interaction was so compelling, even in that short scene. How do you write scenes that maintain a balance between being believable and being purposeful to the story's theme? Well, believable, I think, comes from letting the stutters and the imperfections slip through. When you hear something and you're like, somebody says, "You're a thing," and I say, "Thing? No, da-da-da-da-da." So like repeating the last part of what they said. It's that yes and mentality. Not every line has to be like themey, Usually I like to start from a place of abstraction and from just sort of like, the themes and the ideas and the emotions, they're all buried in there, right? And then I like to bring the scene to a head. So I typically do say the point of the scene, at the end. Somebody just outright says it. Unless, of course, I don't want that sort of confrontation. Also, could you tell us Kima's personality type, lol? I don't know. She's, I don't know her that well. I just made her up. I would say... she seems kind of 4-ish in the first one. There's sort of the sense of like, I want to sit with the pain instead of denying it. That's like very, very type 4 kind of, especially like identifying with pain, even though, it won't really be progress. It's very 4. And then in the second one, she kind of just does a heel turn, and that's kind of the bit. She's very aggressive and very 8-ish, maybe. I don't know. What is your favorite episode of Adventure Time? I think you're going to have to wait until I do the Adventure Time episode. I got a few, though. My dumb answer is the one with the horse, but it's actually the Ice King, but he's just got the derp face. I love that one. But there's some great ones, you know. There's like the Hall of Egress. Fucking Sons of Mars. I love Sons of Mars. That's up there. Did you ever watch or write horror? Yes, I did. Outside of horror, I'd be interested to hear your takes on how to organically build a tense/uncomfortable atmosphere. I don't do atmosphere, not really. For me, I just write the script, and the atmosphere is score and cinematography and production design. I don't have to worry about that type of thing in my trade. Is there a specific character arc you've been particularly impressed by? The Jaime Lannister arc in Game of Thrones is pretty amazing until it isn't. I would say, yeah. It's not even an arc. It's more about the audience learning more about this guy as he opens up, you know? You mentioned that you hardly ever play video games. Is that simply because the medium doesn't appeal to you in particular, or because you consider them to be a less effective form of storytelling? It is simply because the medium does not appeal to me in particular. It is not my goal to just consume stories all the time. I don't care if they're like the greatest stories ever. I don't have time to play games. I have a lot of other things I want to do. And if I just spent all day sucking up recommendations and consuming media all the time, I would not have time to be a gangsta. So I also just suck at video games in general. I don't have that kind of coordination with the controller. I've always sucked at it, so there's that as well. How knowledgeable are you about script writing for graphic novels and comics? Not at all. Not at all. I have no idea what that process actually looks like. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you too. How is your voice so cool like that? Did you do any voice acting? I've done normal acting. I've never done voice acting. Where can we find projects you've written or worked on? You gotta correct. I'm not gonna tell you, man. I'm not gonna tell you. I don't have a huge body of work. I just got my little student films and stuff. But I'm not gonna show you. If you can find them, you know, more power to you. What edition of Dungeons and Dragons do you play? I don't know. Do you play other TTRPGs? No, never have actually. I've played very little Dungeons and Dragons anyway. Just enough to kind of know what it's all about. What is your experience in writing action scenes? Specifically with the sword and sandals genre. I have no idea what that is. Writing action scenes in a screenplay, you can basically just get away with saying they fight. I prefer to end action scenes with character beats instead of with action beats, because unless the specific theme I was tackling had to do with fighting ability, I don't think it's appropriate to end a fight with just somebody had a better fight move and that's why they win, you know? Does your perspective-based approach work for stories not intended to be movies, stories meant to stay as books? Well, stay as books. I don't like that. You're implying that like a book is the default medium, which it is not. But it could work for books. I don't know. I don't think it works for. It's not like a end-all be-all prescription for how to do stuff. You know, if you find that it works for your book, it works for your book. If you find that it doesn't, then it doesn't. That's all there is to it. You know. Have you read The Anatomy of Story by John Truby? No. If so, did you like it / agree with it? No. Do you have any plans to publish any works of yours? Well, I don't publish because I'm not an author. Do you have any stories / projects cooking you're excited about and willing to share? Am I excited? Yes. Am I willing to share them? No. I like the look, but why did you decide to dye your hair? Well, I just thought it would look cool, and it does, and I don't regret it. How should an author / screenwriter handle transitions between chapters or scenes? I'm struggling right now about how much energy I should be putting towards this, or just go straight into the next part without thinking about it too much. Don't think about it. Like I don't think that matters. You know. Remember that, you know, like screenplays and chapters. You know, there's different things, but all in all, just tell your story. I think that first draft is all about just getting it on the page. You don't have to make it stylish. That's how I feel about that. If you got free reign / unlimited budget for any project you choose, what medium would you choose and how would you approach the project? I would probably make my giant dystopian pirate epic with cyborgs and shit. Yeah, that's what I would do. Why are sequels rarely ever as good or better as the original? Well, I think that when you don't plan a sequel and you just tie up all your plot threads in the first one, and the sequel comes about purely because of the bottom line, yeah, it's going to suck ass. Sometimes a movie demands a sequel. Like sometimes it really, it leaves more questions to be had, more conflicts open-ended, more relationships with more, dynamic range that you could tackle. But sometimes sequels are not justified, and that's why they suck. How are you? I'm okay. I'm chilling and vibing. For real. What medium do you think is the best? The best? I don't know. I like movies and TV. That's what I'm all about. Grilled cheese analysis. No. Grilled cheese event critical analysis when? How do you know about that? How do you know about the grilled cheese event? Who told you about that? This is preposterous. You should not know about that. Did you get a formal education for screenwriting, or are you just naturally gifted? And got into the industry on your own prodigious writing talent because you're just fucking cooler that way. Well, I don't think getting a formal education for screenwriting makes you any more likely to be successful at screenwriting. I just think that's kind of ridiculous. There's nothing that they have to teach you that you can't learn on YouTube. So I didn't and would not waste money on a quote-unquote formal education because who cares? Like, what could they possibly teach you? You think they have, like, the secrets? You think they have, like, the keys to the kingdom? Like, that stuff isn't real. Just meet people, make connections, meet filmmakers. That's all you got to do. Do you have a particular writing process for video essay scripts like you do with screenplays? Yes, and I have a class about it on my Patreon. I always find myself struggling with structure. I know what I want to say. I can write strong individual arguments, use examples effectively, etc. But connecting one thing to the next, knowing when I'm going too big picture, focusing too much on smaller details, organizing ideas in the most effective sequence, it's all a mess. Oh, well, that's not really what the class is about. I will say that. The class is more about marketing the video, thumbnail, title, that shit. There's a little bit about, it's just about retaining attention. As for how I structure my arguments, I kind of just feel it out. There's no conscious process involved. I want to avoid getting through a piece of media chronologically if possible because I feel like it often wastes time. I'd rather stick to big compound points with examples later. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't like to summarize. I do all I can just with context clues. If the main character is alone for a prolonged amount of time, on a spaceship drifting through space, what can one focus on? Inner thoughts, the surroundings, a mix? Similarly, when a character is alone, waiting, what can we do to make it interesting? To have the reader, viewer feel emotion, etc. Well, I don't care if the reader/viewer feels emotion. That's not my game. But in terms of what they would do when alone, I mean, that's the question you got to ask, right? Is there something this character has felt like ashamed about doing that they can now do because they're alone? Or do they not like to be alone? Are they going to start like calling other people because they don't like sitting alone with their thoughts? Like the loneliness itself is the point here. That's the situation they're in. How do they react? If you could have a mermaid tail, what color would it be and why? I think it would be like goldfish color. I like that color of fish. What are your top 5 favorite pieces of media? I don't know. True Detective Season 1. The Game of Thrones episode where Jaime is chilling in the bath with no hand. Children of Men. Fucking Fantasies by Metric. And Peppa Pig. Do you ever plan on moving to LA? No. If you see me in LA, what the fuck is that? They're cutting down what is that? God, there's always so much noise. No, if you see me in LA, run. That's a skinwalker. I'm staying in Ohio, motherfucker. This is my place, dude. LA is just so expensive and everybody wants the same thing. I am much better off here, where I can rise to the top of this much smaller pile. And also, I have the internet, where I can connect with people internationally. How do you merge good plot ideas with character motivations? Well, you gotta present the characters with a plot that really... Fucking, what is that? Jesus Christ, I can't even close this because I know my fucking... Jesus, okay. Ah! Well, it helped a little bit. Now it's just about to get so much hotter in here. It's already like 85 in this stupid room. Plot ideas, character motivations. You got to present your characters with a plot that triggers their motivations. That more than anything, the situation you put your characters in, it has to force them to be in conflict, right? So, two characters, they have different ideas about what to do with, like an inheritance, right? So you put them in a plot where, like, their dad, dies, and they have to split the money. They both have different ideas. It's kind of like that. But this is not really stuff I could break down in full just in this little, off the top Q&A. I don't know what good plot ideas are, but I do think that you need to be open to changing your plots up. Like, plot should serve character. I will say that. So don't hang on to a plot. And try to find characters that fit into it. That's never been good for me, personally. What is your best example of a piece of media that uses the theme, perspective, characters format? I don't know. I can't think of one. The thing is, basically everything is going to deviate from it slightly. It's kind of the point, It's just a base layer, and then you can kind of, once you figure that out, you can embellish it. But I can't think of anything right now. What film/TV first inspired you to become a writer? Game of Thrones. When it was good. What is your least favorite color? I don't like super pale pink. I think it's weird. Like, if you're going to be pink, dude, What is your take on the advice? Everything's been written. You can't write anything original. All you can contribute is your voice, yada, yada. Personally, I hate it. It's discouraging, and I think it's just wrong. I like to think that my ideas are pretty original. Because they're very me, But yeah, I think that's sort of this absurdism and this pessimism that seeps into people, where it's like, your voice, like, who cares? Do your thing, And if it's been done before, then it's been done before. But just tell the story you want to tell. Originality is not really a factor that I think about when I'm doing my thing. But that does not mean I'm going to be nihilistic about it and think that my voice, quote unquote, is what's being brought to the table. It's not just my voice; it's my ideas, it's my craft, it's my skills. Favorite music artists? I love Gambino. My favorite band in the whole wide world is Metric. You probably know them from that one Scott Pilgrim song that Brie Larson does. That's not even one of their best songs. I'm 17 right now and really considering a future in screenwriting, but I have heard that becoming successful, I have to expect years, maybe decades of nothing, and basically working a 9-to-5 to support myself while writing on the side. I don't like that, so I'm thinking of majoring in something different from screenwriting. Yes, oh my God, do not major in screenwriting. Do not ever, okay? Major in marketing, business, learn how to sell things, learn how to operate in this economic hellscape we got here. Do not think that you are going to just take like $1 million classes to become an artist, and then your art is going to be so good that you're just going to flaunt it to the world and everybody's going to like want to buy. No. You need to network, you need to meet people, get on set, get a job in the industry, get a job somewhere close to the industry so you can meet people, meet producers. Eventually you're going to meet somebody who's working on a project. Say, hey, you need help screenwriting? Let me do a pass, let me do it for free. Be willing to work for free, at least for a little bit. Yeah. Don't major in anything artistic. That is so dumb. Don't do it. Planning on reading online books and tutorials concerning screenwriting to better my understanding of the craft. I was curious to know what you did. Did you major in screenwriting? How did you support yourself financially? Well, I started on YouTube. I'm supporting myself financially here. Jesus Christ. It's so loud. Get a muffler. Jesus. Get a muffler. The books, I don't know. I just stay online. Don't pay for shit. To support yourself financially while writing, since you're probably not going to be a YouTuber, I'd say work a job where you can just turn your brain off. So don't work like in tech or something, you know? Do something like working at Home Depot, like I did, where you can just shut your entire brain off. Well, not shut your brain off, but just disconnect your brain from your body. So you're doing shit with your hands, you're watering the plants in the garden center, and your brain is in creativity land, making stuff. That is so annoying. That is so utterly annoying. I can't remember if you've covered this in the video already, but what are some of the key things to consider when writing character deaths? Well, just having characters go down violently. The violence has to make thematic sense, so they can't just lose a fight and die because, like, why did they win the fight? You know, you have to ground it in some character choice. Other than that, I've never really talked about it in videos. I think just being purposeful. If a character represents a perspective, then that character dying represents the perspective being eliminated, you know? What are some of the most common pitfalls for newer writers? What are some things that should be kept in mind to avoid them, besides theme, I assume? Well, pitfalls are not planning. Like, I know I'm supposed to pretend that the pantsers and the planners are both equally valid and equally productive, but they're not. Planning is better. So figure out exactly what you're going to do, figure out every scene, structure your thing down to a T. It doesn't matter if it takes away some of the creative joy for you, because you're trying to be successful. You're trying to actually make the thing you want to make, and sometimes that requires surrendering a little bit of that spontaneity and turning it into work, because it's work. Are you able to judge your own work objectively after writing, and if so, how? I'm always unable to separate for myself from my writing. I can't seem to look at it from the mindset of a reader. Well, I can usually spot problems in my own work very well. It's just a matter of finding solutions that's hard sometimes. I find it easier to find solutions in other people's work for whatever reason. My own work, I do usually have to go to other people, not ask them how they felt about it, but really workshop and brainstorm with them. What's a scene you would say is textbook how to write a scene? Also, what do you think about Westworld Season 1? Well, there are a lot of scenes in Westworld Season 1 that I would say are textbook how to write a scene. My favorite scenes that I always go back to, I go back to Game of Thrones clips where they're arguing in the small council chamber. It's my shit. How to write a scene. A scene. See, this is what I mean. I'm not a film buff. I'm not a pop culture buff. I'm just I struggle to find examples for things. The Arcane scene with Jace and Silco, at sunset, that's a great one. Oh, I do like Westworld Season 1, though. I think it's great. I think I've never even seen the other Westworld seasons. But, yeah. Hey, congratulations on finding a passion that makes you feel fulfilled and benefits a wider community of writers, at least 100K of us. I'm a songwriter who loves the idea of storytelling but can't seem to nail the story aspect of songs. Any advice from a general writing POV? Thanks again, and no worries if you've not a lot to say on the topic. Well, I certainly don't. When I write songs, I hate it. Songwriting, it seems pretty poetic, pretty feeling it out, you know? But I think, remember, it's okay to dive hard into one particular perspective in your own head. You don't have to. You can have an extreme perspective that's more extreme than your actual perspective. You can embody a kind of character in a song, but I'm sure you know that, so it's not super profound or anything. How do you come up with concepts for stories, examples of things you talk about in your videos? I can never think of anything. I don't know, I just make stuff up. I give everything stupid names like Glib Globs and Twinguses and Binguses and... Yep. Oh. What do you think about metafiction in writing, and how would you approach a story that way? I don't like metafiction. I think it's just gimmicky and stupid. To me, a story is a little condensed fictional universe, and I don't like metafiction. I don't even like commentary. I like my story to be its own independent thing. I would not write a story that way, but if I had to, yeah, I never even thought about it in my entire life. How would I do that? I'm trying to answer your question. I just don't know how. Metafiction. I think if I was going to do it, I'd take it beyond just the writing. I'd make it like the editing, be kind of a gag. I would definitely take a comedy angle with it. That's it. Also, what plans do you have or any passion projects your own? Well, it's not a passion project. Passion project implies that it's just some hole I'm going to sink money into. I have plans. I have big plans. I'm not going to talk about them right now. What's a movie with terrible writing that you still like, either from vibes or so bad it's good type of thing? Transformers 2007 is my answer for that. What is your writing process when writing anthologies that have an overarching narrative, something like Fazbear Frights, especially its epilogues? Never heard of that. I've never tried to write an anthology with an overarching narrative. Well, actually, no, I've been a part of a project like that before. I think... Is it Chainsaw? I think connecting characters back up at the end, jumping across the timeline, that's to me where I see the fun happening. But I don't have a process for that because I've never done it from the beginning before, I've just kind of witnessed other people do it, and I don't know what their processes were. What is your writing process when writing anthology? No, wait, just read that one. Oh, it's actually there twice. Do you use John Truby's four-corner opposition to create characters? No, I don't know what that is. What is the best genre for first-time screenwriters so that the screenplay gets sold and produced? I have no idea. I've never sold a screenplay. I've just been hired to write screenplays for other people. So I don't really understand the whole, get my thing made type game. That's not really the world I come from. Could you please do a video walking through your thought process behind the decisions in 2080X? How do you know about that? You should also consider being an actor. Lamau, I love you. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to make a video about 2080X, actually. That's something... it's definitely in the cards. I got to get Turner. I got to get ideas of what we're going to talk about. But maybe one day, Do you ever come up with ideas independently of any project and are unsure of what they would be used for? Yes. If so, do you have a local Scriptman Word doc that looks like strange ramblings of a mad narrative man? No, not... local Scriptman, that's just YouTube stuff. I do have a notes page where I have a bunch of random scene ideas, and sometimes I find places for them in my other work. And it's a lot of fun when something slots into place like that. How would you approach writing a mystery story in screenwriting, comic, and book format? I don't know anything about writing books or comics, but in screenplay, I see it as... Well, I'm sure there's a universality to it. The difference is, well, a mystery story in screenwriting is going to rely purely on visual ideas and things that can be seen by the audience. So it's not just like, she remembered earlier when, you have to actually show that. What does it mean for her to remember something? You can't just tell the audience that because the audience can't read that AM screenplay. Whereas in a book, you can just get into the character's head. You can, oh my God, I'm going to hack that guy to death. Jesus Christ. A book. Yeah, no, books just have a lot more freedom. But also, it's just all you. It's all words. So you got to take more care with that. I just don't like novels that much, honestly. Comics are kind of a weird beast. They're kind of a hybrid, because there's a visual component, but you're also allowed to get prosy. So mystery and comic form, I would rely on the comic panel to find the stuff. I would plant visual clues in the same way that I would with the screenplay. How would you approach writing in general with these different formats? What similarities or differences are there in the formats? Well, again, a screenplay, simply everything has to correlate to the screen. A screenplay is not meant to be a work of art in and of itself. Whereas in a book, the book is the final product. So a comic, I don't know anything about comics, never written or read one, but I think that's going to rely a lot more on the art, to get a character's facial expression and stuff. What made you start writing? Just love of the game, just sheer unbridled love of the game. I love making stuff. I get a lot out of it. I want to tell stories. I want to explore ideas. And I'm really fortunate that I have been able to do that. That's what it's all about, baby. And finally, the final question, would you consider showing us your old writing? Yeah, I am considering it, but I wouldn't just show you for the sake of showing you. I would show you to make some point or show you how I've grown or what I've learned from that process. Anyways, that appears to be the end of the questions. No more. That's it. No longer accepting responses. Very cool. Yeah. Well, this has been kind of a slog, but I said I would do it, and here I am doing it. If I missed yours, please, please, please write a comment. I'm sorry, just like people ask me a lot of questions. They think I'm like this pop culture buff. They think I've seen every movie ever. They think I'm like, I just know everything about every kind of different type of media, that I've read all these writing books. I'm like, I don't fucking know anything, man. I'm just a dude. I'm just pulling this shit out of my ass, dude. I'm not some kind of literary authority here. I don't know jack shit. Honestly, I don't even know why y'all listen to me. I guess it's just because you find me pretty helpful. But thank you. There's no way you watched this entire thing, but if you did, you are in fact a real one, and I really appreciate your support. Jeez, yeah. Well, have a great day. Just have a fantastic day and a fantastic life. And I'm gonna go handle that chainsaw guy. Oh no, it looks like they're loading a tree into a wood chippy thing. Never mind. But I do like trees, so I don't like seeing my tree bros getting killed. Like, I'm experiencing heat exhaustion. I'm sorry, I gotta go.